गजवदना शिव शिव सर्वोल महेश्वर शंभो शंकरा
वाचं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामभित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ यश्चन्दसा वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृताः सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवं ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय मेधा देवी जुषमाना न आगात् विश्वाची भद्रा सुमनस्य माना त्वया जुष्टानुगमाना दुरुक्तान् प्रगर्भदेव विदते सुवीराः त्वया जुष्टा ऋषिर्भवति देवी त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्रीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेदे मेधां महीन्द्रो ददातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विना भुभावा दत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु चया मेधा गन्धर्वेषु चयन्मनः दैवीं मेधा सरस्वती सा मां मेधा सुरभिर्जुषतादु स्वाहा आमां मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगती च गम्या पूजस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सा मां मेधा सुप्रतीका जुषन्ताम् मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्रियं ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो राजो ददातु ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ब्रह्मात्मन्वदसृजत तदकामयत समात्मना पद्येयति आत्मन्नात्मन्विद्यामन्त्रयत तस्मै दशमगुं भूतप्रत्यशृणोत् स दशभूतो भवत् दशभूतो हवैनामैषः तं वा एतं दशभूतगुं सन्तम् दशभूतेत्याचक्षते परोक्षेण परोक्षप्रियाविव हि देवाः आत्मन्नात्मन्विद्यामन्त्रयत तस्मै सप्तमगुं भूतप्रत्यशृणोत् स सप्तभूतो भवत् सप्तभूतो हवैनामैषः तं वा एतं सप्तभूतगुं सन्तम् सप्तभूतेत्याचक्षते परोक्षेण परोक्षप्रियाविव हि देवाः आत्मन्नात्मन्विद्यामन्त्रयत तस्मै षष्ठगुं भूतप्रत्यशृणोत् स षड्भूतो भवत् षड्भूतो हवैनामैषः तं वा एतं षड्भूतगुं सन्तम् षड्भूतेत्याचक्षते परोक्षेण परोक्षप्रियाविव हि देवाः आत्मन्नात्मन्विद्यामन्त्रयत तस्मै पञ्चमगुं भूतप्रत्यशृणोत् स पञ्चभूतो भवत् पञ्चभूतो हवैनामैषः तं वा एतं पञ्चभूतगुं सन्तम् पञ्चभूतेत्याचक्षते परोक्षेण परोक्षप्रियाविव हि देवाः आत्मन्नात्मन्विद्यामन्त्रयत तस्मै चतुर्थगुं भूतप्रत्यशृणोत् स चतुर्भूतो भवत् चतुर्भूतो हवैनामैषः तं वा एतं चतुर्भूतगुं सन्तम् चतुर्भूतेत्याचक्षते परोक्षेण परोक्षप्रियाविव हि देवाः तमब्रवीत् त्वं वै मे नेदिष्टगुं भूतप्रत्यश्रौषीः त्वयैनानाख्यातार इति तस्मान्नुवैनागुंश्चतुर्होतार इत्याचक्षते तस्माच्चुषुपुत्राणागुं हृद्यतमः नेदिष्टो हृद्यतमः नेदिष्टो ब्रह्मणो भवति य एवं वेद आत्मने नमः। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। धाता पुरस्ताद्यमुदा जहार शक्रः प्रविद्वान् प्रदिशश्चतस्रः तमेवं विद्वान् अमृत इव भवति नान्यः पन्था अयनाय विद्यते। सहस्रशीर्षं देवं विश्वाक्षं विश्वशम्भुवं विश्वं नारायणं देवमक्षरं परमं पदं विश्वतः परमान् नित्यं विश्वं नारायणगुं हरिं विश्वमेवेदं पुरुषस्तद्विश्वमुपजीवति पतिं विश्वस्यात्मेश्वरगुं शाश्वतगुं शिवमच्युतं नारायणं महाज्ञेयं विश्वात्मानं परायणं नारायणपरो ज्योतिरात्मा नारायणः परः नारायणपरं ब्रह्मं तत्त्वं नारायणः परः नारायणपरो ज्ञाता ज्ञानं नारायणः परः यच्च किञ्चित् जगत् सर्वं दृश्यते श्रूयते वा अन्तर्बहिश्च तत्सर्वं व्याप्य नारायणस्थितः अनन्तमव्ययं कविगुं समुद्रे तं विश्वशम्भुवं पद्मकोशप्रतीकाशकं हृदयं चाप्यधोमुखम् अधो निश्यापि तस्यान्ते नाभ्यामुपरि तिष्ठति ज्वालमालाकुलं भाति विश्वस्यायतनं महत् सन्ततगुं शिराभिस्तुलं गत्याकोशसन्निभं तस्यान्ते सुशिरगुं सूक्ष्मं तस्मिन् सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितं तस्य मध्ये महानग्निर्विश्वाचिर्विश्वतोमुखः सोऽग्रभुग्विभजन्तिष्ठन्नाहारमचरः कविः ीर्यभूत्वमदशायी रश्मयस्तस्य सन्तता सन्तापयति स्वं देहमापादतलमस्तकः तस्य मध्ये वह्निशिखा मणियोर्वा व्यवस्थितः नीलतो यदमध्यस्था विद्युल्लेखे बभास्वरा निवारशूकवर्तन्वी पीताभास्वत्यनूपमा तस्याः शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः स ब्रह्म स शिवः स हरिस्येन्द्रः सोऽक्षरः परमस्वरात् ऋतगं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः नारायणाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णुः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. एक ओंकार सतनाम कर्ता पुरख निर्भव निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी सेभं गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच हे भी सच नानक होसी भी सच। नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्स नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्स नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्स बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि संघं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि संघं शरणं गच्छामि पानातिपाता वरमणिसिकापनं समादयामि अधिनादाना वरमणिसिकापनं समादयामि कामेषु विचाचार वरमणिसिकापनं समादयामि मूसावादा वरमणिसिकापनं समादयामि चोरामेरा मज्जपम्मदत्ताना वरमणिसिकापनं समादयामि साधु 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 अशेम्भुः वहिष्ठेमस्ति उष्टस्ति उष्टामय यत् शै वहिष्ठायशेम् ॐ नमो हरियन्तानम् ॐ नमो सीदानम् ॐ नमो आयर्यानम् ॐ नमो वजायनम् नमो लोये सवसाहूनं नेसो पञ्च नमोकारो समपावपनासनो मङ्गलानं च सवेसिं परमं हवै मङ्गलम् ॐ नमो हरियन्तानम् शांति शांति शांति
विनायका 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 विनाशक विनायका विनाशक विनायका गौरी नंदन हे शिवनंदन गौरी नंदन हे शिवनंदन पार्वती नंदन गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना मूषिक वाहन गजानना मूषिक वाहन गजानना मोदक हस्ता गजानना मोदक हस्ता गजानना विनायका विनायका एकहस्ता गजानना विनायका विनायका
Every moment of my life, please be with me. Every moment of my life, please be with me. Every moment of my life, please be with me. Every moment of my life, please be with me. In every single act of mine, be thou my God. Every single act of mine, be thou my God. In every single
pranams at the divine feet of our Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. With distinguished guests, respected elders, brothers, sisters, dear children, a loving Sairam to all of you. It's so wonderful to see so many of you today, and it's so good that we've all been able to come together today to celebrate the 97th year of our dear Lord's Advent. It has been 3 long years since we were all together in person for such an event. So we really appreciate you coming together. We thank Bhagwan for giving us this opportunity, and as a mark of our gratitude to Swami, we will have some flowers placed by the jula and by the chair as an offering at the lotus feet of our Bhagwan during lunchtime. We will also have available postcards and pens for you to write a personal message which you can put in the red boxes that are placed by the jula and the chair. We will arrange for these personal messages to be sent to Prashanti for them to be offered on November 23rd. So today we have an exciting and packed program, starting with the address from our National President, Brother Ketan, followed by a talk from our esteemed brother, Dr. Shashank Shah, a quiz session, a musical offering, young adult question and answer session with Dr. Shashank, and last but not least, the birthday cake offering. Before we commence our program, I would like to just go through some housekeeping rules with you all. We're not expecting any fires or any emergencies, but should there be a fire alarm that goes off, they're not scheduled a test. So if there is an alarm that goes off, it is a serious issue. So we've got fire exits on both sides, and if we need to vacate the hall, then we will need to make our way to the car park. The washrooms are on the left side of the corridor, both ladies and gents. And can I please kindly request that you all switch off your mobile phones, or at least put them on silent mode. Now, as we look forward to a packed day, it gives me immense pleasure to invite our National President, Brother Ketan Gokani, to give his welcome address. As you all know, for the last 3 years, Ketan Bhai has steered the organization through some challenging times, including 2 years of lockdown. Thanks to his leadership and tireless efforts, almost all regions and centers remained connected during this time. He has also introduced some fundamental changes to the manner in which the organization operates as we look towards the future. So we thank him and invite him to the proceedings for the day underway. Jai Sai Ram.
I offer my most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan, our true friend and true guide, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected elders, brothers, sisters, and distinguished guests, Jai Sai Ram to you all. I have the honor today to welcome you all to today's national birthday celebrations as we mark the 97th Advent of our beloved Lord. As Pratap has mentioned, it was 3 years ago we were here today when we had the birthday celebrations, and what a 3 years we've had. And when we was actually thinking about what theme we should have, as we have a theme for all events and the years, and it's been a troubled 3 years as well. We've all been through many difficult challenges. And I remember 3 years ago when Brother Shita was here on the stage as well, we were talking, and the assumption was we'll start the new year and everything will be normal. I think we were preparing the pre-World Conference, I think it was at the time, and then suddenly everything changed overnight. And as much as we went through all the troubled times as well, when we stopped and reflect back, we saw that there's no reason to fear, there's no reason to worry, because our dear Lord is always with us. And nothing happens without his will. We always say that, Swami always says, nothing happens without his will. Even a leaf on a tree will not move unless he wills it. So who are we to think and worry about what's happening as well? We have to just hold on to his feet and learn from this as well. There's lots of internal learning for us as individuals as well. We talk about people in positions. Only yesterday we were talking between brothers saying, what do we really do here as office bearers? And it's to really grow and become closer to Bhagwan as well. So the theme of why fear when I am here, I think touched all our hearts when we looked at all the different things we could do for birthday. And it's lovely to see all of you here today. Already it felt like Prashanti when we had Nagarsankirtan as well. And this morning it was very cold as well. And I remember those days when we used to queue up outside the gates or waiting for Swami to come as well. And I think it's 4 a.m, we would rush to put our cushions down to make sure we have a space to sit and wait. And then we'd pick the tokens and then we'd worry what token it would be and everything. But when we got inside, we knew the music would start, the Bhajans would start, or Swami would come in, and you felt that breeze coming in. And today, with the showers we had as well today, only one of the elders said to us that this is auspicious. To have some rain or something is auspicious as well. And it is auspicious to be here today as well. So for us, it's wonderful to see all of you as well, and to come together and celebrate Swami's birthday. When we think of Swami and what he does for us as well, and the children today were just amazing, and it would be lovely to give the children, if they're still here, another round of applause, because one thing I do is I learn a lot from the children, because I know, hand on my heart, when I was that age, I would have no confidence to come on stage, sing, chant, Vedam, and when they chanted together, it was like Prashanti as well. And the little Vedam I know it's very hard to chant myself, but to chant in sync all together was just beautiful. So Swami gives us all these opportunities. But he protects us. When we're children and we're going to school, he'll look after us. And all we have to do is remember him and offer everything we do. When we get older as well, we go to school and college and university, same thing as well. Again, the Swami is always with us, and we should not forget that from that point of view. Everything that's happened in the past, in the last 3 years, is his will, is for the best for us. What have we learned from it? Have we learned that we are all brothers and sisters? Swami recites in our hearts. Have we learned that we should look out for each other? Only today, Jeshbhai was saying about a sister we've not heard from some time. What are we doing to reach out and making sure that we're all together and all well? So we have a wonderful program today. And something I've missed, and it was 3 years ago actually, we were in Prashanti on Swami's birthday, and that was my last pilgrimage or last trip to Bhagwan as well. But when I look back at all the years that we've had the opportunity to go and see Swami, to do our service here, to get together with Bhajans and everything, and then we end up at his lotus feet. It's such a wonderful feeling. And even 3 years ago when I was there, and then Chittabai was there, all of us were there, we walked around with Swami's chariot, we sang Bhajans, and for those who haven't been at all to Prashanti, it's an experience of a lifetime. Wonderful. And for those who feel that sometimes Swami has gone physically, you don't feel him there, me personally, I feel him more now than ever. Because before, when I used to sit, and I was talking about sitting in the morning, I'd wait for the music to think Swami's going to come through now. But Swami's already there. You don't have to wait for music. He's here with us, he's there as well. So for us, it's been a long time since we've been Prashanti together. And we want to go together as one family, as a Sai family from the United Kingdom. So we want to launch today that we have confirmed with Prashanti and our Global Council that next year in summer, you'll see a flyer coming up, we'll be all going together to Prashanti. In a few minutes you'll see. Okay. So from the 29th of July to the 6th of August, we'll all be together in Prashanti. Only this has been confirmed with Bhagwan. Everything else. And we pray that Swami calls each and every one of us there. Let us all go together. Let us pray to Bhagwan that he takes us together. and we thank him for everything that he does for us. So we're going to go next on to Bhagwan's Discourse now. It's been wonderful to speak to you all, and it'd be great to meet each and every one of you as we have the rest of the program as well. Jai Sai Ram.
ప్రేమ స్వరూపులారా, దేనికైనను విశ్వాసం చాలా ప్రధానము.
For anything, faith is essential.
విశ్వాసమే లేకుండా ఏ కార్యం కూడా మనం సాధించలేము.
Without faith, you cannot achieve anything.
కనుక మానవునికి ప్రధానమైనటువంటి విశ్వాసము.
The faith is most important.
దేహానికి శ్వాస ఎంత ప్రధానమో ఆధ్యాత్మికానికి విశ్వాసం అంత ప్రధానము.
As the breath is important for this body, faith is necessary for the divine path.
కనుక ఈనాడు విశ్వాసం లేనటువంటి భక్తి,
Today we have devotion without faith.
కేవలం శ్వాసం లేని జీవితము జరుగుతూ ఉంటుండాలి.
The life without breath.
దీన్ని చెప్పారు ఇంద్రియ నిగ్రహానికి. కాడి కిందికి రాని ఎద్దు, కళ్ళం లేని గుర్రము, బ్రేకులు లేని కారు, ఇంద్రియ నిగ్రహం లేనటువంటి జీవితము నిరుపయోగము అన్నారు.
Therefore, the bull without yoke and the horse without reins and the car without brakes are useless. Brakeless car.
కనుకనే ఈ విధమైనటువంటి దీనికి మనం సరైనటువంటి దీక్షను పూనాలి.
We should determine in such a way.
అన్నింటికి నామస్మరణే ప్రధానము.
For everything, Lord's name is
ఈ
important.
నామచింతన లేక ఇంకే విధమైనటువంటి దీంతో కూడాను మన జీవితం అనే నామను దాటడానికి వీలు కాదు.
Without chanting Lord's name, it's not possible to cross this life.
ఈ నామమే మన జీవితానికి ఒక పెద్ద నావ.
This Lord's name is the very
ఈ
boat.
నావను ఎంతకాలమైనా సముద్రంలో పెట్టుకొని ప్రయాణం చేయవచ్చు.
You can travel for any length of time in this boat.
నావ కింద ఎంత జలమైనా ఉండవచ్చును.
There will be a lot of water.
కానీ నావ లోపల జలము చేర్చితివా ప్రమాదం అవుతుంది.
But the moment water enters into the boat, it will be dangerous.
జలము నావలో ఉండనప్పటికీ పర్వాలేదు,
Doesn't
అనగా
matter.
ప్రమాదం అవుతుంది.
But if the boat is on the water, it is safe. But when the water
ఇలాంటి
gets into, it's dangerous.
ప్రాకృతమైనటువంటి భావములు జీవితం అనేటువంటి దీంట్లో మనం ప్రవేశించుకున్నప్పటికీ నామం అనేటువంటి చింతన చేసినప్పుడు నిశ్శబ్దంగా, నిర్మలంగా, నిస్వార్థంగా నామచింతన చేయాలి.
As we repeat Lord's name, we should repeat it, chant it selflessly, with a pure heart.
ఆడంబరంగా కానీ,
Not with pomp
లేక అహంకారంగా
or
కానీ
ego.
నామను ఉచ్చరించకూడదు.
You should never be egoistic, full of pride as you repeat God's name.
ఈ నవవిధ మార్గముల లోపల ఏ మార్గమునైనా నీవు అనుసరించమని చెప్పారు.
You may follow any path, any one of the paths.
ఎట్ట మనం అనుభవించాలి?
Where?
ప్రశాంతమైనటువంటి భావంతో, నిర్మలమైనటువంటి హృదయంతో, నిస్వార్థమైనటువంటి చిత్తముతో శ్రవణం,
With all the purity, in all peace, you should chant God's name.
కీర్తనం,
Listening, the singing,
విష్ణు స్మరణం,
chanting,
పాదసేవనం,
service,
వందనం,
salutation,
అర్చనం,
worship,
స్నేహం,
friendship,
ఆత్మనివేదనం,
surrender.
ఇవి పవిత్రమైన భావంతో మనం చేయాలి.
You should do with all sacred feeling.
ఏదో ఒకరిపై ఒకరు కాంపిటీషన్ కింద మనం పాడకూడదు.
You should not sing in spirit of
ఒకరు
competition.
చూసి ఒకరు హాస్యాస్పదమైనటువంటి పాటలుగా మనం పాడకూడదు.
We should not sing to make fun of others.
ఎవరి చింత మన హృదయంలో ప్రవేశించకూడదు.
We should not think of
ఏ
anybody.
నామమును స్మరిస్తున్నామో ఆ నామరూపమే మన హృదయంలో చిత్రించుకోవాలి.
You should picturize the form
అది
as you repeat the
నిజమైనటువంటి
name.
నామస్మరణ.
That is true chanting.
ఈ కలియుగం నందు అదే మనకు ప్రధానమైనటువంటి ప్రాణము.
In this age of Kali, that is the very
కృతయుగ
life.
ధ్యానము, కృతయుగ ధ్యానము,
In the Kruta age meditation,
త్రేతాయుగ యజ్ఞము,
in Treta Yajna,
ద్వాపరయుగం అర్చనము,
in Dwapara worship,
కలియుగం నామస్మరణ.
in Kali age chanting
హరే
Lord's
నామ
name.
హరే నామ హరే నామ ఇవ కేవలం కలౌ నాస్త్యేవ 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 గతిరన్యత. ఈ కలియుగంలో నామస్మరణకు మించినటువంటిది సులభమైన మార్గం మరొకటి లేదు.
There is no other easier path in this age of Kali other than Lord's name.
ప్రయాణం చేస్తూ మనసులో నీవు నామస్మరణ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
You can repeat God's name as you
నిద్ర
travel.
వచ్చేంత వరకు నామస్మరణ చేసుకోవచ్చును.
You can repeat
ఏ
God's
పనులు
name till the end.
చేస్తున్నప్పటికీ నామస్మరణ చేయవచ్చు.
Any work you may do.
కనుకనే అట్టి పవిత్రమైనటువంటి సులభమైన మార్గం ఈ కలిలో ఏర్పడింది.
Such an easy sacred path is present now.
కలియుగం చాలా సులభమైనటువంటిది తరించడానికి.
This is very easy path in this age of Kali.
పూర్వకాలంలో ఆరోగ్యమును కాపాడుకుంటకై ఈ ఆరోగ్యశాలలు ఎక్కడా కనిపించేటువంటివి కాదు.
In those olden times, to keep up the health, there was no such
విద్యాభ్యాసం
thing.
చేసే నిమిత్తమే విద్యా సంస్థలు ఎక్కడా ఉండేటువంటివి కాదు.
There were no education institutions in those days.
ధనమును సంపాదించడానికి ఏ మార్గములు ఉండేటువంటివి కాదు. శ్రమలు చేసి ధనమును సంపాదించేటువంటి వాళ్ళు.
They have to exert, to make effort to earn money there.
రెక్కలాడితే డొక్కలాడతాయని కష్టపడి జీవించేటువంటి వారు.
They work hard to earn their daily bread.
కానీ ఈనాడు ధనమును సంపాదించడానికి అతి సులభమైన మార్గములు ఎన్నో ఉంటున్నాయి.
Today there are lots of easy ways to earn money.
విద్యను అభ్యసించడానికి కావలసినంత విద్యా సంస్థలు ఉంటున్నాయి.
To study there are many institutions.
వీధి ఎందుకు ఆరోగ్యశాలలు ఉంటున్నాయి.
There are hospitals in every
క్లినిక్
city.
సెంటర్స్ అంతా ఉంటున్నాయి.
Centers.
మనకి ఏ కొరతలు లేవు.
There's no
కానీ ఉన్నది ఒకే కొరత.
Well, there's shortage in one way.
దైవ విశ్వాసం లేకుండా పోతుండాలి. అదే పెద్ద కొరత.
There's no faith in God. That is
ఎన్ని
the
ఉండి
shortage.
ఏమి ప్రయోజనము?
What is the fun of having all?
కానీ ఆ దైవ విశ్వాసమే లేకపోతే ఏమి ఉండి కూడా ప్రయోజనం లేదు.
Without faith in God, there's no use in having others.
ఈ దైవ విశ్వాసాన్ని మనం అమితంగా పెంచుకోవాలి.
Therefore, we have to improve
మన
upon this.
ప్రాచీన కాలం నుండి సంప్రదిస్తూ వస్తున్నటువంటి ఈ యొక్క సంస్కృతిని మనం ఈనాటి విద్యార్థినీలు పోషించాలి.
The students, men and women, should develop the ancient Bharat culture.
మన సంస్కృతికి ఈ బాలబాలికలే నిజమైనటువంటి వారసులు.
You are the legal
ఈ
heirs to this ancient
వారసత్వాన్ని మనం
culture.
పట్టి సాధించాలి.
You should certainly uphold.
ఇది ప్రపంచం లోపల ప్రతి రంగంలో కూడా ప్రవేశించి ఈ ఆధ్యాత్మిక దీనిని మనం పోషించాలి.
In every field in this entire world, you should reflect.
యువకులు అనవసరమైనటువంటి దీంట్లో పోట్లాడి ప్రాణాలను కోల్పోతున్నారు.
You lose your life in fighting.
ఉద్రేకాలు అధికమైపోతున్నాయి.
You are agitated.
ఉత్సాహాలు క్షీణించిపోతున్నాయి.
There is no enthusiasm.
కేవలం మానవత్వం మడగంటిపోతున్నది.
There is no human quality.
దానవత్వం ఉచ్చురి పెరిగిపోతున్నది.
Demonic quality is more.
ఇది కాదు ఈనాటి యువకులకు ఉండవలసినటువంటిది.
This is not the sign of youth
మన
today.
దేశం యొక్క సంస్కృతిని,
Our Bharat culture,
మన యొక్క మాతృభూమి యొక్క సంస్కృతిని,
the culture of motherland,
మానవత్వం యొక్క దివ్యత్వాన్ని
the divinity.
నిలబెట్టుకోవడానికి తగినటువంటి కంకణం కట్టాలి.
You should uphold these things.
అందరూ ఐకమత్యంగా పనిచేయాలి.
All should stand united.
ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రచార ప్రబోధనలు అమితంగా జరగాలి.
They should propagate spirituality.
అందరి యందు ఉండినటువంటిది ఏకాత్మ భావం అనేటువంటి దానిని మనం స్థిరం చేసుకోవాలి.
We should have the steady feeling, the principle of
నిజంగా ఈ
unity and
ఏకాత్మ
oneness.
భావం అనేటువంటి సత్యాన్ని మనం గుర్తించుకుంటే సంఘంలో సంఘర్షణ అనేటువంటిది ఉండడానికి వీల్లేదు.
The moment we understand this unity, oneness, there cannot be any
ఈనాడు ఎక్కడ
agitation.
చూసినా కూడా నువ్వు సంఘర్షణ సంఘర్షణ సంఘర్షణ.
Everywhere we find these things.
ఇంటిలో సంఘర్షణ, వీధిలో సంఘర్షణ, గ్రామంలో సంఘర్షణ, దేశంలో సంఘర్షణ.
There's conflict and fight in every street, in every family, in the entire society.
ఎక్కడ చూసినప్పుడు ఈ పోట్లాటలే.
There are fights everywhere.
ఎక్కడ లేనిది.
Everywhere we find
ఇంటిలో
it.
ఎవరు లేరు భార్యాభర్తలు అనుకుంటే వాళ్ళిద్దరిలో కూడా మధ్యలో సంఘర్షణ.
At home there are none other than the couple, the
ఒకరు
husband
ఎస్
and
అంటే
wife.
ఒకరు నో.
One says yes, other one says no.
ఈ యొక్క కుట్రమైనటువంటి కుచితమైనటువంటి భావములకు ఏది కారణము?
What is responsible for
దైవ
this
విశ్వాసం
heart of this feeling?
లేకపోవటమే మూల కారణము.
The absence of faith in God is the
అహంకారమే
cause.
మూల కారణము.
That is mainly
అసూయనే
responsible.
మూల కారణము.
The jealous ego.
ఆడంబరమే మూల కారణము.
The pomp and
ఈ
exhibition.
దుర్మార్గమైనటువంటి గుణములను మనం దూరము గావించాలి.
We should be away from this quality.
అప్పుడే మనం శివ స్వరూపులైపోతాం.
Then only you will be a true lion.
సర్వభూతధరం శాంతం సర్వనామధరం శివం సచ్చిదానందరూపం అద్వైతం సత్యం శివం సుందరం సర్వరూపధరం శాంతం.
My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan. Respected elders, brothers, sisters and children, Jai Sai Ram. It's wonderful to see so many faces here today after such a long gap of 3 years since we were last able to meet for Swami's national birthday celebrations. We are delighted today to have Dr. Shashank Shah speaking to us today on this auspicious occasion of the 97th birthday of our beloved Swami. Brother Shashank is an alumnus of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Prashantanilayam. Between 2002 and 2010, he completed his MBA, MPhil and PhD and was blessed to receive the President of India and the Governor's Gold Medal from the Divine Hands. for standing first in the MBA and MPhil programs. He also taught at the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning Business School between 2004 and 2014. Dr. Shah has been the J.N. Tata Scholar at the Harvard Business School, Fellow and Project Director of the Harvard University South Asia Institute, Consulting Editor at Business India, Board of Research Chair at the Institute of Risk Management, Faculty Chair of Larsen & Toubro, amongst many others. He is listed amongst the top 200 most influential global thought leaders in 2021 by People Hum in Singapore, and has delivered over 250 talks on diverse themes in over 50 cities globally, including TEDx and talks at Google. He is a national best-selling author with 3 highly acclaimed books to his credit. He has also published over 200 research papers and articles in national and international publications. He was the chief editor of the publications division of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning and has edited nearly 30 books on the divine life and message, including My Dear Students, volumes 1 to 5, Dig Vijayam, parts 1 to 3, Student Conversations, Students with Sai, Conversations in 3 parts, Sai Vani, 2 parts, Man Management, amongst many others. He was blessed to speak in the immediate divine presence on 25 occasions in Prashantinilayam, in Brindavan, Kodaikanal, and in Chennai. Professionally, Dr. Shah serves as a senior specialist in higher education at the Niti Aayog, the apex public policy think tank of the Government of India, which is chaired by the Prime Minister. He is currently pursuing the Chevening Gurukul Fellowship for Leadership and Excellence at the University of Oxford, awarded by the Government of the UK to high-potential mid-career professionals. We are indeed blessed to have him as our guest speaker today. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage today. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Offering our loving pranams at the divine lotus feet of our most beloved Bhagwan. Hearty birthday greetings to all of us as we are celebrating the 97th year of the Divine Advent in this beautiful form that we all adore, admire, cherish and love. It is indeed His grace that we are all here together, and I am grateful to the Sri Sathya Sai Organizations United Kingdom and its office bearers for inviting me on this very, very important occasion of our calendar, and that too after a gap of 3 long years, and to share my thoughts on this very vital theme of why fear when I am here. A message that Swami gave all through his life to all of us, and a message probably each one of us haven't understood well enough to share my thoughts with all of you. Ahara nidra bhai maithunadi samanya metat pashubhir naranam. Jnanam naranam adhikam visheshaha. Jnanena shunyaha pashubhis samana. This is a great saying from our scriptures that Bhagavan repeated often in several discourses. It means ahara, food, nidra, sleep, bhai, fear, and maithuna, procreation, are common between man and animal. Jnanam naranam adhikam visheshaha. However, it is the intelligence or wisdom that distinguishes man from animal. Else everything else between us and the animal kingdom is the same. It is interesting that we would think that food, sleep, and procreation would be the commonly assumed terms, but the word fear has been added there, which is the core word in Bhagavan's quotation. But this is what has been haunting humanity since eons, and hence it is very important for us to dwell on this word fear, because everything in life is guided by fear. Fear of defeat, fear of victory, fear of promotion, fear of demotion, fear of company, fear of isolation, fear of profit, fear of loss. Fear, fear, fear is the common thing that drives every aspect of human life. If we reflect on this, we realize the reason why Bhagavan said this. Why fear when I am here? There's a very nice story which Swami had shared in the year 1974 at the summer course. And many of his stories are allegories which give us a very powerful message. So we should focus on the message rather than the episode that has been described, because that would be in our greater interest. So this particular story is of the goddess of death. She visited a particular village, and that village was showing initial signs of cholera. So the doctor was standing right at the entrance of the village, monitoring everything. And when he saw this goddess of death coming in, he smiled at her and he invited her. And Swami says in that summer course discourse, they developed a good rapport and he invited her for coffee. And when he invited the goddess of death for coffee, he asked her, why have you come here? She said, obviously because cholera has struck this village and I have my duty to discharge. So I have to take away the lives of a few members of your village and I have come to discharge my duty. So doctor asked smilingly, I do understand you have to do your duty. What is the number that you have as your target? So she said, 150. He said, okay. She went in, and a few hours later, members of the village came running to the doctor that nearly 250 people had died in the intervening hours. And the doctor was very upset because even the goddess of death was not living up to her promise. So he said that he will question her on her way out as to why did she not fulfill her word. As she was walking out of the village, she again met this man, this time not with a smile but a frown. She asked, my child, why are you looking upset? Didn't I tell you that I have a duty to discharge and hence I would be taking the lives of people? He said, yes, but you promised me that you would take only 150 people's lives. But I am told that 250 people have died in the last half a day. You haven't lived up to your word. She said, my child, I had targeted only 150 people. The remaining 100 died out of fear, not cholera. So that is the kind of damage that fear does to our lives. In that particular discourse, Swami said, there are 3 things that you should do in order to lead a good life. 1, develop the capacity to forget the problems of this world. 2, continuously adore God. And thirdly, do not fear death. In the last 2 years, the word death has become quite commonplace. It's been nearly a century where since humanity came across face to face with a situation where death became a commonplace event in our everyday lives. There isn't a family on this planet which hasn't lost a loved one to the pandemic. And there were millions more who were living in constant fear of losing their lives to the pandemic. What was the fear of? Fear of death. But we always think that the fear of death is bad. Death itself is bad. The word death, you're wondering, on birthday, why am I talking about death? Because the journey of spiritual life begins with the awareness of the phenomenon of death. Swami said fear of death is good because it opens the door to your spiritual life. It opened the door to the spiritual life of the great sage Ramana Maharishi when he had the death-like experience as a young boy in his village and decided that if this is going to be the eventuality of my life, I am not going to live this mundane life, and moved on to the hill of Arunachala where he found emancipation for himself and guided thousands and hundreds of thousands more over the next half a century to their own self-emancipation. It was this awareness of death that opened the doors of spiritual life for the Buddha. Swami would often joke with the students. Buddha saw 4 sights in his life just once. That of an old man, that of an aged man, that of a sick man, and that of a dead body. In some cases they say of a renunciant. But these were the 4 sights he saw. And he realized that this life is ephemeral. This life is temporary. This life is going to end this way. Then what is the use of me living in this palace where I can see 4 seasons of the year from the window of my palace? That's how King Shuddhodana, his father, had designed the palace for him. But after seeing those 4 sights, he realized, if this is going to be the eventuality of my life, why should I continue to live like this? I should find the solution to this problem so that I am not bound by this. In Trai Vrindavan, Bhagavan would often joke with the students. Buddha saw these 4 sights once and began on his spiritual journey. All of you have seen these 4 sights dozens of times, but not an iota of change has come about in you. That's why he was the Buddha, and all of you, Bhagavan said, have no buddhi. You have no brains, and that's why you are leading a mundane life. In the Gita Vahini, Swami gives the same example of death in the conversation of Krishna and Arjuna. In the Gita Vahini, in the very first chapter, Swami talks through the words of Krishna and tells Arjuna, I don't understand why you are fearing death of yourself, of your kith and kin. Because death is just one of the final of the several deaths that you are leading in one lifetime. The small child is lost in the adolescent. The adolescent is lost in the youth. The youth is lost in the middle age. The middle age is lost in the old age. And the old age is finally lost in death. So it is just one more point when you are losing your identity to the next level of eventuality. Where is the need to fear? Because you have already gone through so many changes in your lifetime. There is nothing that you need to fear. In fact, what you need to fear is not death, but birth. The fact that you are born, you will die, Bhagavan often said. But ensure that you live such that you once die, do not have to be born again. That is the purpose for which this human life has been given. That is the purpose for which I have come into your lives. So that you don't have to be born again. So do not fear death, my dear child. Fear being reborn. Interestingly, in terms of COVID, 6.6 million people died of COVID. If we compare that to another figure, which is very striking, we would understand that there are far greater tragedies that people are going through every single year. 9.1 million people die every single year to malnutrition and hunger. Can we imagine the kind of dichotomies that exist in our world? We live in our cozy homes, not realizing the fact, while we are fear-stricken of this pandemic called COVID, every single year 9 million people, of which 3 million are children, which means one child dies in this world every single day due to hunger. That is the kind of problems we are facing as humanity and have an opportunity to solve. But in all of this, instead of having a solutions mindset, we are fearful of our lives, and we should be grateful that we were neither in the 6.6 million of those who died in COVID, nor are we among the 9.1 million who die every year to hunger and malnutrition. How grateful we need to be at every plate of breakfast, lunch and dinner that His grace has enabled us to live a good life. But having got this good life, this blessed life, we have to achieve the mission of this life. What is the mission of this life? The mission of this life has been stated, and we were told often in the university at Prashantinilayam. We are born so as not to be born again. We are born so as not to be born again, unless, of course, we are interested in the March-September-March cycle. Most of you here in Britain will not know what is the March-September-March cycle. Swami used to joke about this in Trai Vrindavan. March-September-March cycle is the Indian education system. You don't clear the examination in March, you can give the supplementary exam in September. You don't clear the exam in September, you can give the supplementary exam next March. So the March-September-March cycle means that you can keep giving exams and you can keep coming again and again and again till sometime by fluke you'll clear the exam and go to the next class. And to explain this, Swami used to quote one story. The story is of a thief. The thief was relieved of his term in the jail. So the jailer called him and said, please collect your belongings from my office because you're completing your jail term later today. So the jailer, the thief did not look impressed. He said, I don't care, I'm not interested in collecting my belongings. So the jailer asked him with a lot of interest, why are you not interested in your belongings? You should take them with you when you leave. Jailer said, you know, in any case, I'll go out in a week, 10 days time, I'll commit another offense and I will be back in this very jail. So how does carrying my belongings help? Swami said, this is exactly how we all have become. We are all so sure and we have decided that we will keep coming back again and again and again. And hence, instead of treating this world as a dharamshala, where you spend a few days of the journey on this planet and move on so that you don't have to come again, just like in a dharmashala you don't settle down, but you use it as a transition space, we have made this world our home and are wanting to come back again and again and again and go through all the ups and downs that we keep complaining about. In reality, we have become fond of those ups and downs. So in order to escape this fear of death, the solution lies, or escaping any fear for that matter, the solution lies in the word fear itself. And I'm going to use the acronym fear to elaborate over the next hour on what these 4 aspects of fear we need to focus on and how that will help each one of us in our journey. I will intersperse that with some experiences from Bhagavan's life. I will also intersperse that with some of my experiences, but I will intersperse that with a lot of message from his literature. I'd like to highlight this bit. If you would not be aware of this particular experience or incident, it was in the year 2008. Many devotees from Europe had come to Prashantinilayam, and they were making a musical program presentation before Bhagavan. At the end of any program, the students usually, when they conclude, they sing out aloud, they shout out aloud, "We love you, Swami." And invariably, Swami would reply back, "I too love you." So these devotees from Europe decided that they would follow the same formula, because who does not want Bhagwan to tell them that he too loves them? So they shouted out, we love you, Swami. So Swami this time said something very different. He said, no, 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 don't love me, love my message. Don't love me, love my message, because the message is verily my legacy forever and more. The great avatars, prophets, acharyas and paramahamsas, saints and sages who walked this land, the land of Bharat and every land on this planet are not alive today. But it is their message that continues to personify their legacy and guide each one of us in our own journeys. So the message is far important than the receptacle, or as important as the receptacle through which it was given. And in this case, Bhagavan in his lifetime has delivered nearly 5,000 discourses, only a part of which have been documented through the Sathya Sai Speaks 42 volumes, the 16 summer showers, the 5 My Dear Students, and several other books, and of course the 15 Vahinis. All of this has been documented in order for us to dwell in great depth, so that we can understand, love, and live his message throughout our lives. So what is the first requirement in this journey? Let us reflect on his message. In the formula for fear, the first word is the message that Bhagavan gave throughout today's discourse. What was the one word he was repeating again and again? Faith. Faith is the first requirement for understanding and overcoming fear. There is the story of this great preacher of the Bhagavad Gita, again from Swami's discourses. He would go from court to court requesting the king of the land to give him an opportunity to present the Bhagavad Gita before him, to expound on the Bhagavad Gita before the royal court, and in exchange get some financial rewards. And that was the way he used to eke his livelihood. So he went to the land of a particular king and pleaded with for the opportunity to expound on the Bhagavad Gita. The minister went to the king and conveyed this message of this particular preacher, and the king responded, tell him to first himself understand and practice the Gita before wanting to preach to others. So this man was extremely offended. That happens with most of us. If somebody tells us you have not understood Swami's message properly, what are you talking about it? That's it. Every other ego can be managed. Spiritual ego is the most difficult to manage, because that is what makes us feel that we are special. So this man's spiritual ego was hurt. And so he went home. He was absolutely upset. He was grumbling about what does the king think of himself. I don't know the Bhagavad Gita. I have been expounding the Bhagavad Gita to all the kings of this land and other lands, and this person has the temerity to tell me that you don't understand the message of the Bhagavad Gita. His wife was listening to him very patiently. In that particular experience that Swami narrated, the story, Swami said, the wives know when to intervene when the husband is angry. So this wife gave a patient hearing to the husband and listened to all that he said. Then she made some coffee and upma for him. This is exactly Swami's examples. And after he had cooled down a bit, she said, I would like to say something. So he said, yes. He thought the wife would support him, his anger, his anguish. Wife said, actually, I agree with the king. Now you can imagine what this man's reaction would have been. But he was intrigued that how come his wife of so many decades thought of him so. And so he asked him, why do you say so? And then she said, you always expound on the message of Yoga Kshemam Vahamyam from the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which says, where Krishna tells Arjuna, I will take care of your welfare. And then Swami would pun on the word, not only welfare, also your farewell.
When he takes the responsibility of your welfare and farewell, why do you have to go from court to court pleading for an opportunity to expound on the Gita? Do your duty effectively, and that will give you whatever he thinks is best for you. Live the message of the Gita. That faith you must have. This is what the words of the king should teach you. This is one example of faith. And there is another example of faith Swami gave during the summer course of 1973. This is an example of the great King Janaka from the Ramayana. He was called a Raja Rishi. Raja Rishi is a unique concept in Sanatana Dharma. Raja Rishi means you are a king, Raja, but Rishi, a sage. So you have responsibilities and duties of the king in the outward way of things, but you have a sage-like personality and mental system that you are absolutely detached and unaffected. So in his kingdom of Mithila, the great sage Shuka came to expound on the scriptures. When he came to know that Shuka has come to his kingdom for expounding on the scriptures, he went there to offer his obeisances. He said, I would like to have an opportunity to participate in your evening discourses. Shuka said, yes, most definitely. And every evening, the sage would wait for Janaka to come. Now these people who were others who were listening to the sage started developing a sense of jealousy. Why is the sage waiting for Janaka to come? Because he is a king? Because probably he will get some reward at the end of his stay here? What is the secret that the sage does not follow the time in order to start the evening discourse series? Shuka could understand the feelings of these people, so he decided that he will show to them what the true Rajarishi Janaka was. One fine day, in the middle of the talk, Shuka, the sage, by the power of his personality, created this kind of illusion that there is a fire in the city of Mithila. And from where they were sitting, all these people could see that there is a fire in the city of Mithila. And all of them started running from their places to go and save their kith and kin in the city of Mithila. Janaka was unperturbed. When everybody had gone, Shuka said, don't you want to go, O king? Your family members, your kingdom, your wealth, everything is there in your palace. Why are you sitting here? Janaka said, when I have your grace and protection, what can a mere fire do to me and my own people? You will take care of our welfare and well-being. Saying that, he continued to sit there. Half an hour later, the other people came back saying that there is actually no fire in the city of Mithila. It was only an apparent illusion. And when they came back, they saw that Janaka had been sitting all the while there. And that is when they realized that his faith in the master and his grace was so absolute that even in such an eventuality of a fire, he knew that the sage, his master, will take care of him and he does not have to run to his home to protect his own people. That is when they realized why Shuka was giving so much of importance so that Janaka can participate in the evening discourse series. Here are two examples of faith. One faith when we question God when things don't go our way. And one faith where we leave everything to God, Guru, Guide, Master, when things don't go our way. These are the two types of reactions which each one of us indulge in our journey, in our spiritual journey. In the year 2003, when Bhagwan had blessed some of us to accompany him to Kodaikanal, the evening sessions, he used to talk to us 4 times a day. Pre-breakfast upstairs outside his room, post-darshan downstairs in the drawing room, pre-evening bhajans again downstairs in the drawing room, and then post-evening bhajans again downstairs in the drawing room. So it used to be 4 interactions a day, and invariably it used to be like 4 mini discourses. So effectively 4 discourses per day and about 20 to 25 days of stay, is 100 discourse package of insights and blessings from Bhagavan in one Kodaikanal trip. So it was an intensive spiritual training program in the garb of taking the students to the hill station of Kodaikanal with its beautiful lake from where, which could be seen from Bhagavan's ashram, Sai Shruti. And whenever you go to Prashantinilayam, and those of you have time, please do visit the Sai Shruti ashram in Kodaikanal. It's a beautiful place. It is surcharged with the divine vibrations, and the natural beauty of that place is unparalleled. The time of the journey that you are planning next year is also a good time because it's the summer season in India, and it would be a good time to visit. Coming back to our interaction, Swami said, by the way, so when I said 30 days with Bhagwan and 120 discourses and all, at the end of a trip, usually students, even for our batch, some of us asked, Swami, you've been so gracious in bringing us here. What can we do for you for receiving this opportunity? Swami said, I don't want anything. Having come here, having stayed with me for so long, you must now resolve not to go back to your old ways. You should go back as a transformed individual and set an example for others as to how a good life, a dharmic life, a noble life can and should be lived. So in this, one of these evening conversations, Swami said, what comes first, faith or experience? And everybody was giving different kind of answers. These are the questions children will ask in Bal Vikas. Our youth will ask in the young adults youth program. Young adults program is up to 40 years. But it is surprising that after 40 also, senior citizens ask what comes first, faith or experience? Which means that 40 years of our life, we've still not been able to find the answer as to what comes first, faith or experience. 50% of our life is over, still we don't know what comes first, faith or experience. So in that conversation, Swami asked what comes first, faith or experience? And after all of the answers given, the honorable judge gives his judgment. Swami said, first faith, then experience. Even the bank will not give interest without investing the money in the deposit account. How do you expect God to give you experience without depositing the capital of faith in His account? But then you will say, if I have not had experience, how will I have faith? Modern science tells us that that which is empirically verifiable is only true. That which is not empirically verifiable is not true. Because I cannot see God, perceive God, He does not exist. She does not exist. It does not exist. This is what is called in our scriptures as Pratyaksha Praman. Direct proof. Pratyaksha means direct, with our own eyes. In the Atma Suktam, which the students, the young boys and girls were chanting today, there is a word, Paroksha Priya Hi Deva. Divinity is Paroksha Priya. Paroksha is that which is beyond the senses, beyond the realm of the senses. He is not bound by the realm of the senses. And about the realm of the senses, and only considering that which the senses perceive as true, Swami would often give the example, or rather refer to the scriptural example, that the senses are called matraha, or instruments in Sanskrit. They are having the role of measuring whatever our external experience. See, spirituality is not a blind field. It is the most scientific field. Unfortunately, we have given away the science and the logic and the understanding and are blindly going by some maxims without understanding the depth and nuance they convey. And then for 60 years, 70 years, we ask these fundamental questions. What comes first, faith or experience? So I'm trying to decode using Bhagwan's literature and message so that we go out today understanding what truly life here when I am here means. So these senses have their own limitations. The dog can hear a far better range of sound than us. The shark has the capacity to spot a few milliliters of blood in a large swath of the ocean space. The bats have a much better vision than us. which means that all that we see and hear and perceive is not the ultimate, is not the perfect quantum of information that nature is giving us. And again, the same means of instruments can also be faulty when we are unwell, when we have jaundice, when we have malaria. The same tongue will not give the same kind of taste, which means that the instruments which are being used to perceive God or have faith in Him are flawed instruments. And that's why the Sanatana Dharma, our scriptures, give us 5 ways, or actually, to make it simple, 4 ways of understanding divinity. Pratyaksha Pramana, which means obviously direct perception. Anumana Pramana, by inference. Upamana Pramana, by comparison. And Shabda Pramana, by going by the word of the scriptures and great sages, saints, prophets, Paramahamsas, avatars and acharyas of our land, so that we may be able to stand on the shoulders of giants as we do in research. Research does not start from where we have started. It builds on the shoulders of great scholars and then adds to the body of knowledge to go to the next level. So is our spiritual journey. So the Shabda Pramana is the experiences of great devotees of the Lord. And when we invest faith based on the experience of the great devotees of the Lord, our own spiritual journey will be expedited and our own experiences will start coming forth far more quickly. And that is why Bhagavan insisted that the lives of great saints and sages and great heroes and heroines of our land who have achieved spiritual success be taught to young children. The example of young Prahalada, the example of Dhruva, the example of Nachiketa, and their pursuit in order to achieve divine grace, and how they achieved that divine grace, if nurtured in the impressionable minds, can transform their lives from the formative years, so that at their 60 and 70, they do not have to ask the question, what comes first, faith or experience? They are living that life in absolute conviction. So this is a very, very important aspect of our lives, that we need to know why some people experienced what they experienced and how we can base our journey on their journey and then create our own new journey, our new pathways, and He will be there by our side in that journey. The other problem comes here is that we have more faith in the problem than the faith in the Creator. We go back to the year 1976. This was the summer showers in Ooty. There's a book called Summer Showers in the Blue Mountains. I was amazed. I had gone to one of the centers in the USA when I was at Harvard for about 4 years, and I was talking about the importance of Sai literature. And I do that every time because I'm thoroughly convinced that if there is one way of developing a direct contact with Bhagavan in His physical absence, it is only through His literature, because that will open the doors of our minds and hearts, and we will find the direct connect with Him. So in that conversation, one of the devotees after the thing asked, you mentioned about Sathya Sai Speaks. What is that book? Where is it available? That is when I understood, and these are long-standing devotees, that is when I understood that after being a devotee for 10, 20 years, we still are not even aware of the fact that the compilation of the discourses that Bhagavan has given to all of us is titled Sathya Sai Speaks. So the problem is that we are all the time having faith in the problem and not in the faith in the Creator. And in that context, I spoke about Summer Showers in the Blue Mountains. Now, Summer Showers is a series of books Swami gave during the summer course in Indian culture and spirituality. Another must-read series for every serious spiritual aspirant, and a must-read syllabus for every good study circle discussion, because the depth and intensity with which Swami has covered very important themes there is quite without a parallel. So in that particular summer course, during the last days, Swami materialized a medallion in which he had a map of India and highlighted various centers in different parts of India where his mission would expand to. And after the discourse, he went from person to person to show that.
And everybody was looking at that medallion with so much of fascination. Everybody was touching with that medallion with so much of reverence. And all the while, Swami was going around and smiling and showing and repeating the word, "But I am here only. But I am here only. But I am here only." And everybody was so enamored, of course, by the medallion that they were, "Swami is here only, he is saying something, let me see the medallion." Then he came back. Then he said, "Do you know why I was going on repeating the words, I am here only? Because all of you are so enamored by this creation that you have forgotten the creator. I am here only. I am the creator of this creation. But this creation is far more interesting to you than the creator. This world, which is just 1/4 of the manifestation of divinity, as it is given in the Purush Sukta, Padosya Vishwa Bhutani Tripadasya Amrutam Divi. Only 1/4 of the world that we see, which is crores and crores of light years from one end to the other, and which the scientists are still struggling to explore the end to, is 1/4 of the Supreme Divinity's manifestation. 3/4 is unmanifest. That creator is not as important as the creation of what he shows us. This is the biggest problem that we face in our spiritual journey. Our faith in the problem is far more than the faith in the creator. But when we have faith in the power of the creator, we will have absolutely no fear of the problem ahead of us. And Swami would often say that if you, who invest so much of time in worrying about your wife, your child, your family, your business, your profession, and everything else associated with that, if you invest an infinitesimal part of that time thinking of divinity and his power and grace, no problem will ever be able to touch you. You say that you are having faith, but whenever problem strikes you, that faith is truly tested. That problem is like putting that nail in the wall. You put the nail in the wall, you are hammering it, and then you shake it to see whether that nail is gone deep enough. Swami would say, problems are like God's ways of shaking you to see whether your faith has gone deep enough. But most often, the nail comes out and you know this nail is not good enough. Better luck next time. And for this, Swami would often give the example of Pandavas. What a life. 75 plus years of struggle, though being rightful heirs to the throne. And in all good and bad times, whether it was being almost burnt to death in the wax palace, whether it was being humiliated in the game of dice, whether it was at the death of their own children, the Upapandavas, or whether it was at the zenith of their prosperity at the Rajasuya Yajna at Indraprastha, at both times, good and bad, they considered Krishna as their only refuge. That is what true faith is all about. That in good and bad, in right and wrong, in success and failure, our faith is never shaken. But the problem is that every time we want miracles in order to reaffirm our faith. In the 2nd of April 1955, the construction of Prashantanilayam residential quarters was going on. And there was this truck full of sand which was moving away. And one young boy of 11 years was unknowingly standing on the backside. And the truck turned in the reverse direction and it almost went over. It went over the feet of this 11-year-old boy. And those around were shouting in absolute fright as to what has happened. And that elder brother of that boy went running to Swami at his residence. And he said, Swami, Swami, this has happened. And Swami said, don't worry, he will be all right. I have taken care. Saying that, he opened his palm, and there on the palm were the marks of the tire. The boy healed in a few months' time. There was no injury whatsoever. He had taken care in his own way. In contrast, I'll share the example of my own great-grandmother. In 1975 January, she was in the last phase of her cancer. And Swami had come to Mumbai. And he inquired of a very senior devotee how Mrs. Shah is doing.
and her name was Kantaben. And they said that she's not keeping well, she's in the final stage of her cancer. So he said, tell her I will come to see her. So they informed our family, it's my maternal great-grandmother, and the instruction was, please don't make any elaborate arrangements. Swami will just come to see her and leave. Swami came in the evening, went to bless the family members, went to her room, sat next to her, asked her, what do you want? She said, I know this is an outcome of my own karmas. Give me the strength that I should go through this with equanimity. That is all that I ask. He put his hand on her head. She expressed a desire to do Pad Namaskar. He raised his feet, put it on a stool next to her bed. Lying down on the bed, she did Pad Namaskar. He blessed her and left. 3 months later, the 3rd of April, it was Thursday morning, she woke up, got ready and said, today Swami is coming in the afternoon, get the Aarti ready. Everybody knew that Swami was in Prashanthanilayam, how was he going to come to Mumbai? They said okay, and got into the daily humdrum of life. In the late afternoon hours, which typical Aarti time in Prashanthanilayam, when they went to her room to ask her for tea or the evening snacks, they saw she had already left. She had passed away. That is the power of faith, that it will take care of you even in all the pain and trouble that you are going through. So these are 2 examples. One is protection. One is protection from the problem itself, and the other is protection from suffering. But let him decide what is good for us. Let us not superimpose our demands on him as to how he should solve the problem. Because the fish in the water thinks that it understands the complexities of the lightning whose reflection it sees in the water. But the fish cannot understand the way lightning works. Similarly, we cannot understand the way divinity works. We want to bring divinity down to our level. We have to raise ourselves to the levels of divinity so that we can actually benefit and experience from what he wants to give us. Swami often warned devotees, on the shores of divinity, you will only get shells like on the seashore. It is only in the deep waters that the treasures are hidden. Similarly, it is only in the depths of divinity that the true treasures are hidden. Standing on the shores, don't get enamored by the shells. Leave it to him. He will bring out the treasures and give it to you. Have that faith, because that faith is the very root of the tree of spirituality. When we nurture the roots, will the tree grow strong? The tree of life will have to be nurtured by faith in divinity. Then only the sweet fruits will come, the fruits of spiritual fulfillment. And for that, we do not have to have this shareholder kind relationship with God. I did this, give this to me in exchange. I did this, give that to me in exchange. I did so many bhajans, I did so many upavasa, I did so much chanting of this name, I did so many service activities. We do that, we all do that. We all use this as a barter to get something in exchange from him. I have done so much for your organization, at least this much you should do in exchange for me. He has never asked you to do anything for him. And you sitting and chanting any mantras in any corner of the house is going to benefit him in no way. Who is the beneficiary? Please go and stand in front of the mirror. You will know who the beneficiary is. Everything that we are doing is for our own good. Swami used to say people go to Tirupati Balaji and shave their hair and say, oh, I have sacrificed my hair for you. Now let me win a lottery. Does he need your dirty hair? Lice-ridden hair? The hair is symbolic of our vices. If we donate that, if we give up that, if we sacrifice that, then begins the true journey of the lottery of life, that we will realize who we truly are and what immense potential we are all blessed with. So, Swami used to say, don't be an employee in the company of God. Be a family member to God. An employee looks at the clock. Oh, 35 minutes are over since brother started speaking. 35 minutes more. And then I have to go for lunch duty. then I have to go for altar duty, whatever duty, then evening dinner, tomorrow. You see, the mind is all the time going by the clock. An employee goes by the clock. A family member, the lady of the household, never looks at the clock. From the dawn to dusk, she is always working for the well-being of the family. And now there are many home fathers also, just like there used to be home mothers. It's become gender neutral. They never look at the clock because they consider the entire family as their own. So Swami used to say, don't be an employee with God, because an employee will only get fixed salary. If you are a member of the family of God and consider God's work as your work, you are eligible for the inheritance of the entire empire of God. You become a party to that particular inheritance. Have that faith, have that attitude, and you will be able to achieve the ultimate. So true faith should be the same in all situations. And with this long elaboration on faith, which is the biggest thing which is lacking, as Bhagavan said in the Discourse, we move to the second alphabet. This faith has to be practiced with equanimity. Whatever happens is good for me. Only what I want happens to me means God exists. What I want does not happen means God doesn't exist. I'll go to another God. I will do another kind of vrata. I will start another kind of penance. That is the common problem or attitude we have. And Swami said in the letter he wrote to his brother Seshamaraju in 1947, along with the 3 vows that he gave, Akhilamanavalaku Anandamunagurchi, Rakshinchu Chundute Dikshanaku. I have a vow to ensure lives full of Ananda for all mankind. And the other 2 vows, then he says, I have a very clear definition of devotion. Those devoted to me should consider pleasure and pain, failure and success, victory and defeat with equanimity. This is the precondition to be called a Sai devotee. I am not saying this. Please refer to the Magna Carta of the Divine Mission, the letter written in May 1947, and we will realize what kind of standards Bhagavan has set before us. If we ever claim that we are Sai devotees, we have to at least attempt to live by that, because that is what true devotion is all about. In an interaction in Trai Vrindavan, Swami once gave a nice story, an example. Said, in one particular village, in one part of the village, marriage was going on. And in the other part of the village, the farmer was looking after the final part of his crop. And suddenly there were clouds on the horizon. It is not London, it is India, where the clouds on the horizon every single day. In India, the clouds are on the horizon only in certain seasons. So I'm giving the context because you know, otherwise you'll say, oh, but there are clouds on the horizon every day. No, I'm talking about India. So they were wondering that how will we manage the marriage? So the marriage party was pleading, oh Lord, let there be no rain. And the farmer was pleading, yes Lord, let there be rain, otherwise my crop will go waste. Now, whose prayer should God hear? Bhagavan asked all the students sitting there. Everybody gave their own answers. And after everybody had given their answer, as usual, the judge, the supreme judge, gave his verdict. Some said, marriage important, once in a lifetime, hopefully. The other side said, no, farmer, food is important, food security. Swami said, both are wrong. The real devotee will pray, oh Lord, you know what is in everybody's best interest. Let thy will prevail. Because thine is the divine will. We all chant this in our multi-religious prayers. Let thy will be done as it is in heaven on earth. But do we live by these prayers that we mouth? Because if we truly believe what we say, then we will live by these belief systems and say, no, let thy will be done. I am too ignorant to impose my will on you. But we don't do that. We say, no, not thy will. You don't know what is good for me. I will tell you. That's what we go to the temple every time, to the mosque, to the church, to the Gurudwara, to the Derasar, to the Buddhist monastery. Close our eyes and start. You know, you need to do this for me. You know, I deserve this. You know, that problem, it's high time you solve it. It's exactly our conversation. We are going there to open our hearts in order to get His grace, so that He may give us the wisdom and awareness through His vibrations, so that we may be able to perceive life in the right perspective. But no, we are going with our list of demands and requirements. Equanimity is the essence of this journey. Whatever happens is good for us. In Trai Vrindavan, again, one Swami said, and I'm repeating, these examples are all from that series I said, Students with Sai Conversations. In 3 parts, 1991 to 2004, all the conversations of Bhagavan with students in the Prashant Nilayam Portico, some of them in Vrindavan, have been captured. And these are all running notes made and then later verified, clarified, edited and compiled. When you go for your trip, please ensure that you get the copies and dwell into his message. Every possible query of our life has been answered, but we are looking in the wrong direction. Like the granny who lost the pin or the needle in her house, but was looking on the road because there was more light there. You know that story, right? We are doing exactly that. We are not looking where the answers are. So, Bhagavan gave the example in April 1999. God is like a postman. You do not thrash the postman when the news in the letter is positive. You do not give sweets to the postman when the news in the letter is negative. You do not give sweets to the postman when the news in the letter is positive. Who is responsible for the good and bad news? You are responsible. The postman is only delivering it to you. Similarly, divinity is not responsible for all that happens to you. We have to ensure that we are always aware of the fact that God is a witness. But with prayer, He intervenes exceptionally with grace. But if He does not intervene to our liking the way we expect, then still what is happening is in our best spiritual interests. Because karma is not a negative phenomena. It is verily the principle that balances this creation. It is verily the aspect of Prakriti or the Divine Mother, and the Divine Mother is verily a facet of the Divine Principle, and hence karma itself is divinity, and whatever is happening to us is in our best interests. If this is the conviction of our life, then whatever we will do with total conviction. And that's why in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 2nd chapter itself, Krishna had said, Karmannevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. You have right only on action, not on your results. So continue to indulge in action. Continue to indulge in the action with all the best interests. How should we do that? Swami has given the concept of Pavitra Karma. The Bhagavad Gita talks about Karma Yoga. The Bhagavatam talks about Pavitra Karma. Pavitra Karma is a tad easier than Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga is you do everything without any expectation of result. Pavitra Karma says, no, you do everything, but do it as an offering to God. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for Him. It's an account deposit. Be the best doctor, offer it to Him. Be the best teacher, offer it to Him. Be the best businessman, offer it to Him. Offer everything you do to Him, because He will give you what is in your best interest. If this is the attitude, 3 things will emerge. You will not undertake any activity with a negative intention, because you are going to offer it to Him. You will always think, how would I behave if Swami is right here? How our behavior will change if Bhagavan is right in our midst in every single action. Secondly, we will not expect anything in return. Do any of us expect anything in return for service activities, saying, okay, I spent 6 hours here, 15 pounds, 10 pounds per hour, 75 pounds, 60 pounds. We are doing it for Him, Pavitra Karma. And finally, we will ensure that we will not indulge in any mean activities, in any harmful activities. Every activity will be done for the good of others, because it is ultimately for offering it to Him. So when our life is transformed, when ordinary karma is transformed into Pavitra Karma, then the life becomes absolutely pure. It's a change in the lens. You still have to go to work. You still have to cook food. You still have to come to the Samiti. You still have to earn money. You still have to do your sadhana. But everything has to be done with the mindset that this is not for me. This is for His joy, for His happiness, for His satisfaction. That is how equanimity will then develop in our mind. And this equanimity now takes us to the third alphabet, where we cannot sit idle. That's why I said you have to do everything with a change in lens. You have to do. The A of fear is action. We cannot be in inaction. Karmanu bandhini manushya loke. This human birth has been given in this world only for indulging in action. The previous example conveys how we should indulge in action. But action we have to indulge in. You must read the book Conversations with Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba by Dr. John Hislop. Must read, especially for those who have grown up in other parts of the world and not in India. The second half of the book, or the 3/4 half of the part, is far more insightful because the first 1/4 is more conversational. In that, Dr. Hislop asked Swami, are there living creatures in other parts of the world, living beings? Swami said, yes, in the universe there are. Then he asked, Swami, is there human life elsewhere? Swami said, no. Human life is only on this planet. And then Dr. Hislop asked, and human life is a prerequisite for self-emancipation? Swami said, yes. Then immediately Dr. Hislop said, oh, that means there will be so much demand for human life. Swami said, yes. Then Dr. Hislop said, oh, that means this human life is so precious, because if we lose this without accomplishing the task that we have of our own spiritual emancipation, there will be such a long waiting line before we get another human birth, because every being in every part of the universe is waiting for this opportunity. This is exactly the conversation between Bhagavan and Dr. Hislop right there in that book. If you read, you will know. And then we will be aware of the fact as to how every single day of our life is so precious. How do we live that day? How do we spend that day? How do we end that day? It is always and all the time in mundane activities. Two things: worrying about the future and regretting the past. These are the two functions of the mind. Because there is nothing called future tense and past tense. That's only in the mind. In reality, have we ever lived in the past? Can we ever live in the future? That's why Swami used to say the present is omnipresent. There is only one present. Each word is pregnant with meaning. There is only one tense now, but that now is spent either in the past or the future by us, because we go into the mind and go to its vagaring ways. So we have to live in the present and make the most of every action that we indulge in. But most of the time, in this A of fear of action, how we should live our lives, we are more busy trying to see what mistakes others are making. We look at the political developments in every country, it gives us a lot of more fodder for discussion. Oh, that fellow is not doing his job. Oh, that fellow could have done better. Oh, she is hopeless. Oh, she is great. All the time we are thinking about others. What about you? What about us? Nobody else's success is going to help in our journey's progress. We have to work. And what an extraordinary example Bhagavan showed in his life. Every single day of his life, he was indulging in action. Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nan vaptamya vaptavyam vartayeva cha karmani. In the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, in all the 3 worlds, I am not bound to undertake any action, and yet I incarnate and take actions or lead a life with exemplary actions, so that mankind may emulate my example and rise to the divine heights. In 1950s, he established the Prashantinilayam ashram. And for 60 years, he showed how an ideal ashram should function. In 1960s, he started the Sathya Sai organizations. And for half a century, he showed how an ideal socio-spiritual organization should function. With 1 million active workers in all parts of the world, among the finest examples of service activities, where self-transformation is the goal, not helping others. And that makes all the difference in the way we deliver seva, because seva is sadhana. Nobody is better off to help the worse off. Bhagavan always used to say, be grateful to the recipient because she is giving you an opportunity to receive, to give. 50 years, for 40 years, in 1970s, he started the Central Trust. And for 40 years, he showed how an ideal public charitable trust should be run. Bhagavan has never started any religious institution. It is always for society and society and society alone. The central trust and every other trust of Bhagavan is a public charitable trust. For 40 years he showed how it should be run. In the 1980s he started the university, and for 30 years he showed how an ideal higher education system should be run. In 1982, when Sri Nani Palkiwala, the former ambassador of India to the United States, came, he called it a great experiment in higher education of integrating values with studies. In 2002, when President Abdul Kalam came as a chief guest of the convocation, he said, this is a role model of how higher education can be integrated with human values. In 20 years, an experiment had become a role model, and every single day of those 20 years, Bhagavan was indulging in action to make that model a successful model. In the 1990s, he started the super specialty hospital, and for 20 years he showed how healthcare, primary, secondary and tertiary, can be given with a human touch, absolutely free of cost. Adding the general hospital and the super specialty hospitals, 10 million free interventions have been given. If we add that in market value terms in India, 7,000 crores. If we add that, if we compare that to market value in the developed countries, 70,000 crores. That is the quantum of money that has been spent in order to help people alleviate their sufferings in the realm of healthcare. In the 2000s, he started the water projects, and in about a decade he showed how drinking water supply is the right of every individual. And in a span of 12 years, 1.5% of India's population was provided with free drinking water. Every single day of his life, in a study I have undertaken, I came to a conclusion that Swami gave 100,000 physical interviews in his lifetime, and personally met, not darshan, personally met 2 million people through those interviews. Action is the essence of life. Live in the present. When Bhagavan, anybody who has spoken with Swami will say that whenever Swami is speaking to them, it will only be they and Swami, as if the rest of the world doesn't exist. That is the kind of focus. That is what living in the present means. When we are talking to someone, we are talking to him, but then we're looking here. Oh, the weather is great. How are things tomorrow? What's the plan next year? We are all over the place. There is no focus, there is no priority, because our mind is wavering all over the place. So that is what Bhagavan showed in his life as to how action should be indulged in. And then the opportunity to contribute was provided to all of us through all of these platforms. There was this nice experience. Swami was giving darshan, and there was this twig. One of our teachers shared it with us. There was this twig of grass on the darshan mat. And as Swami was walking, this particular the teacher who was sitting in the first row was thinking whether I should pick up that twig from the darshan mat or not. Swami is coming from a distance. If I pick up, what will happen? He will see. Oh, but if I don't pick up, what will happen? How will it be when Swami's foot falls on the twig? It may hurt. He may get hurt. These thoughts were in his mind. Swami was coming closer. He was not able to make up his mind. Just then, as he was thinking, a bird flew from one of the pillars of the Kulwant hall, went to the mat, picked up that twig in the beak, and flew away. Swami came just where this teacher was sitting, looked at him, smiled and said, whether you do it or not, the work will always get done. We think that we are absolutely necessary for every work to get done. I've been visiting UK in this last 6 weeks. I've been looking at the castles and the mountains and the campuses and all that have been witness to history for the last hundreds and thousands of years. All of this will be continuing to be there for the next hundreds and thousands of years in this country and other countries as well. We will not be around. We will not be around. We have a very finite life. And hence we need to reflect on what is the purpose of life. And that will take us to the last part of this formula, R. We have to reflect on what is the purpose of this life. R stands for reflection. Why are we born? We do 3 things in our lifetime. Acquire a lot of wealth, home, possessions, gadgets, everything. At the time of exit from this world, in 30 seconds, all of that will have to be left behind. Because the moment the person has died, the body will have to be taken out. All that you have accumulated in your lifetime will be there. Nothing is going to come. Second time we spend in acquiring relationships, network, people, friends, family, well-wishers. All of this is important. Please don't think that I'm saying don't have a house and add to the social burden of the country, or don't earn money and live on social security, or don't have friends and well-wishers. No, of course we must have all of this. But the kind of importance we give to all of this is to be relative and not absolute. So the relationships that we build, yes, they will last a little longer. They'll come with us till the crematorium. But the moment the body is offered to the fire, and this is exactly Bhagwan's examples, and I witnessed this when my maternal grandfather passed away, when my paternal grandmother passed away, I saw exactly these things happening. 30 seconds, all possessions left behind. 3 hours, all relationships left behind. Only one thing comes beyond both of this, which we don't focus on. All the good actions that we undertake. Because it is only that which will come with us in our Karana Sharira. It is only that which will manifest in our transmigrated life, and that is what we will be able to achieve. And hence it is very important to understand who we really are, and that's what I'll focus in the last 10 minutes of my talk. Who are we really? If all the effort of our lifetime, and that's why reflection is very important. Vichara. Vastu siddhi vicharena na kinchita karma kotibhi. In the Vivek Chudamani, Shri Adi Shankaracharya says, even 1 crore actions of the mundane kind will not give you the ultimate. Vichara, reflection, inquiry alone will help us achieve. So what is this inquiry? Who are we in reality? What is it that we have to do? We think bhajan, study circle, service activities is spirituality. Swami very clearly has said in several discourses, that is not spiritual. That is good use of time. That is meritorious activity. Far better than everything else you do. And yet that is not spirituality. What is spirituality? Only one thing. To reflect on, internalize, and ultimately live in the awareness that you are not the body, you are the indweller. That is only the true spirituality. How do we realize this? This is an important exercise in the next 10 minutes which I'll be doing. How do we realize this? If somebody asks, who are we? Then we'll say, oh, I'm so-and-so, I'm Shashank, I'm Shitu, I'm Sathya, I'm whoever. Next question, they ask, oh, who are you? And say, oh, I'm Indian, I'm British, I'm American, I'm African, I'm Australian. Say, who are you? Say, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm a educationist, I'm a engineer. At every level, we identify ourselves only with the body and all that the body does. Yes, I'm not saying that tomorrow if someone asks you, who are you? You need to say, oh, I am the supreme principle that is dwelling in this body which has the form of Shitu and the name of Shitu. No. But are we aware of that? I'm mentioning Brother Shitu's name because we go back 15 years when I was studying in Prashanthalayam, and he was the World Youth Leader, and we had done the 2007 World Youth Conference. It was a wonderful event with very fond memories. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, at least to our own selves, are we aware of who we are? And that's exactly what Krishna told Arjuna in the battlefield when he was worrying about all the people dying, himself dying. And then after listening to Arjuna like a doctor who listens to the patient pouring out all the woes, the whole first chapter is Vishada Yoga. You must read the Gita Vahini. Brilliant discourse, brilliant essays 27 essays on the Gita, which capture the essence of the Bhagavad Gita by Bhagwan. In the first chapter, it is all Vishada Yoga, sorrow. This is wrong, that is wrong, my uncle, my auntie, my brother, my sister, etc. After all that is done, second chapter, Sankhya Yoga, Krishna starts telling Arjuna, do you know what you are crying over? All these people whom you call as your own, are they really what they see them to be? They are not that. They are actually, what you see is 24 instruments. Sankhya Yoga, numbers. What are those 24 instruments? Pancha Jnanendriyas, the 5 senses of perception. Pancha Karmendriyas, the 5 senses of action. Pancha Pranas, the 5 life breaths. Pancha Tanmatras, the 5 experiences. Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha. And then the 4 Antakaranas, Manas, Buddhi, Chitta and Ahankara. These 24 make up what you are seeing externally. But what is the most important is the 25th, which powers all these 24, which is the Jiva-Atma Tattva. If all of these bulbs and filaments exist, if the electricity does not come, will these have any value? It is the same electricity which is powering millions of bulbs, and yet each bulb has its own shine and color and capacity. Is the electricity different, or the capacity of the bulb and the filament is different? Electricity is the same. It is the power of the filament and the capacity of the bulb to manage that much heat is different. Similarly, the Atma or the divinity within all of us is the same. It is only the ability of the body and mind defined by the karmas and the gunas that have been accumulated over lifetimes distinguishes between how much of that divinity we are able to manifest. And the whole objective of spirituality is to undertake sadhana, whether through the path of karma or the path of bhakti or the path of jnana, in order to lessen this karma and eventually annihilate them so that the electricity can manifest in its totality. That is why Swami used to give the example of the balloon. The balloon air within and without is the same. Is the air in the balloon different from the air outside? Yes or no? It's the same. What distinguishes the air within and without? It is the balloon, the plastic. And Swami used to say the air within is conscious. The balloon itself is conscience, and the air outside is consciousness. Now how does the air within and air outside mix up? You prick the balloon and it will merge. Similarly, the Atma within and without is the same. It is only this limitation of the body-mind identification which causes this distinction. When this is given up, the inside merges with the outside. Prana, Prajna, Paramatma. The Prana will merge with the Paramatma. That is what liberation is all about. The defeating factor in between is our identification with this body-mind. This is what limits us from understanding who we really are. And there's a very nice example as to how this distinction came about. How have we attached ourselves to this body-mind identity? There was this washerman who used to carry clothes on the back of his donkey for washing to the nearby river every single day. One day, and he used to get a thick rope in order to tie the donkey to the tree. That day he forgot that rope. Now if the rope is not there, the donkey will not remain stuck to that, will not remain attached to that particular tree, and he will not be able to wash his clothes. If the donkey walks away next day, who will get his clothes back? So he was wondering, and he saw one wise man sitting and meditating under one tree. So he approached that wise man and said, "Oh, wise one, this is my problem. I have forgotten my rope. My donkey is going to create a problem. If I have to go all the way back home and come, it's almost an hour and a half. It will be end of day. I won't be able to wash clothes. Sunset, I will not be able to fulfill my duty to my customers." So this wise man thought for a while and asked, "What do you usually do?" He said, "Oh, I tie him to the tree so that he doesn't move around." "Okay, do one thing. Just perform the same action that you do every day without the rope. So go to the donkey, take out an imaginary rope, tie the donkey to that particular tree, and then do your work. And the donkey will not move. He did exactly as the wise man said and went. And he was amazed that the donkey was attached to the tree and was standing there as if nothing, he couldn't move. End of the day, he finished all his work. He was heading back and he made his normal noise so that the donkey starts. We see how they make some kind of noise, some verbal something like that, and the donkey will start moving. He knows it's time to go back. But the donkey will not move. Whatever he would do, the donkey will not move. So he was wondering, now how will I take this donkey back home? He doesn't refuse to move. So this particular sage, the wise man, was still sitting there. So he ran to him. He said, what have you done? Have you cast some spell? This donkey is not moving. He said, no, very simple. You perform the imaginary action of tying the donkey to the imaginary rope. Now perform the action of untying it from the imaginary rope. Then the donkey will know that it is no longer attached to the tree and he will start walking back with you. He did that and the donkey moved back with him to his home. This is the message of Vedanta, which tells us that it is an imaginary rope that is tying us to this body, mind and all its permutations and combinations. There is no real rope that is tying us. And to untie this imaginary rope, we have to have the path of sadhana which will in an imaginary way remove that rope. Because there is no direct rope, so how are you going to remove that particular rope? And to explain that, Swami used to give the example of Sarparajju Bhranti. It's another Vedantic example. When you're walking in the darkness, you see a rope on the road. You think it's a snake. You said, oh my God, it's a snake. But then you have a torch in your hand. And when you put on the torch, you see, oh, it's not a snake, it's a rope. I was mistaken. Swami said, did the snake become a rope after you put on the torch? No. It was never a snake. It was always a rope. You presumed it to be snake because of the darkness of ignorance. Similarly, you are always and forever divine. You presume that you are human with these body-mind limitations. Mamai vamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatanaha. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has said, it is a part of my eternal being that is present in every facet of this creation. Like Brother Ketan mentioned, not a leaf moves without his will. Why? Because he is the essence of this entire creation. And in the same Bhagavad Gita, in the Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga, he said that I am the Kshetrajna or the knower in every Kshetra field. What is that field? Field of activity. This body-mind is this field of activity in which the Kshetrajna or divinity is consistently residing. Kshetrajna chapi mam viddhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. Know that I am verily the divinity residing in you that is powering every aspect of your existence. This particular screen has me on it. Am I really there? What is creating the impression that I am there? It is that projector which is creating the impression. It's the play of light, is the relative darkness which is creating the projection on this white screen that all this multiplicity is being played. Again, example from Sai literature is also from Vedanta. Similarly, divinity is like the white screen. In the darkness of ignorance and the mind and its games, it plays all these various illusions that all of these multiple things around us are happening. When will this go away? Two ways. You increase the light so much here, this roof blows away, it will not. And when there is total light, this will not be seen. Only white screen will be seen. Or this particular projection stops, it will not be seen, only white will be seen. There is only two ways in realizing that we are divinity. One, stop the functioning of the mind gradually by attaching yourself to the mind. How? Devotion. Dasoham, 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 dasoham. I am the servant of God, I am the servant of God, I am the servant of God. It is His will, His will, His will. Or blow open the roof so the light of wisdom shines. Jnana, I am that. Soham, 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 soham. The chain that binds us can be broken or escaped only in two ways. Become very small so you escape through the whole of the chain. Path of devotion. Become so big that you break open the chain, the path of jnana. These are the two ways which will break the chain that binds us. In conclusion, I would like to say this particular message of why fear when I am here is an indicator of these two paths. The first path is the path of devotion. Realize and know that you do not need to fear because He is the doer. He is always above you, below you, around you, beside you. There is no place where He doesn't exist, and hence nothing can happen without His will. And have that faith and surrender. And why fear when I am here? With that mindset will set you free. And the other way of looking at it is, why fear when I am here? I, who is that I? That I who is residing within. Swami used to say, I am I. What is that I? That I, the divine principle, which we truly are, not this body-mind complex, the electricity that powers the bulb, the sun that shines in a million pots is the same, though the reflections are different. When I am here, when that I, Atma, the divinity within is there all the time, why is the need to fear with all these dualities and complexities of the outside world? The path of Jnana. The why fear when I am here gives us the solution, whether we choose the path of devotion or the path of wisdom, the path of bhakti or the path of jnana. In both, karma has to be undertaken. Karma is common in both. You will say, I left out the path of karma. No, whether you follow or bhakti or jnana, you have to indulge in action. But either you follow bhakti or you follow jnana, or you follow jnana mishra bhakti, which is a combination of the two, with love for God and realizing that He resides within. Atmano mokshartam jagatitaya cha, as the Rig Vedic dictum says. When we live in this awareness, when we have and develop faith, when we create equanimity, when we are always indulging in selfless, dedicated actions, and we are constantly undertaking reflection of our true purpose of life and living in accordance with that realization of why we are here and where we have to go, we will truly be living by the maxim of why fear when I am here. That is the greatest tribute we can we can offer to Bhagavan. From the 97th year to the centenary year, we have about 1,000 days. Let us use each of these 1,000 days to internalize and live our lives in accordance with at least one of His message, so that we can truly offer our transformed selves to Him on His centenary year, and that will be our truly grateful offering to our beloved Bhagavan. Jai Sai Ram.
Humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected elders, brothers, sisters, and children, a loving Sai Ram to you all. On behalf of all the Sai devotees in UK, the UKCC would like to say a big thank you to Brother Shashank for that wonderful, uplifting speech. As we all know that we are celebrating Swami's birthday in person after 3 years. So it's an honor and privilege to listen to you today. Thank you for taking time to be with us.
കസ്തൂരി തിലകം നാരായണം കസ്തൂരി തിലകം നാരായണം കമലനയനം നാരായണം കമലനയനം നാരായണം തിലകം നാരായണം ഗുരുവായൂർ പുരനാരായണം ഗുരുവായൂർ പുരനാരായണം കലിയുഗ അവതാര നാരായണം കലിയുഗ അവതാര നാരായണം ഗോവിന്ദ ഗോവിന്ദ നാരായണം ഗോവിന്ദ ഗോവിന്ദ നാരായണം ഗോവിന്ദ ഗോവിന്ദ നാരായണം ഗോവിന്ദ കമലനയനം നാരായണം തിലകം നാരായണം ഗുരുവായൂർ പുരനാരായണം കലിയുഗ അവതാര നാരായണം ഗോവിന്ദ
Sai Mahadeva.
Hare Sanatana
Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari
Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Deva 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 Mahadeva
Deva Deva Mahadeva
Deva 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 Mahadeva
Deva Deva Mahadeva
Aarti Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Aarti Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Swami Deva Deva
Adi Deva Deva Sathya Sai Deva
Panduranga Hare Panduranga Hare Panduranga Hare Panduranga Hare Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari
Mukunda Murari
Panduranga Hare Panduranga
Panduranga Hari Panduranga
Deva 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 Brahma Vishnu Deva
Deva Deva Deva Mahadeva Deva
Adi Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Adi Deva Deva Brahma Vishnu Deva
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga
Panduranga
Hari Devi Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari Devi Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Devi Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Devi Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Jai Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Devi Panduranga Hari
Panduranga Hari Jai Panduranga Hari
Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari
Om Shri Sai Ram. And welcome back to this program, to the afternoon section of this program, where we are now going to have, I think it says somewhere up there, should say somewhere up there, Sai Mastermind. Now, at this stage, you'll probably expect the thudding music and the big black chair, but the only chair here is Swami's chair, so you don't need to worry about that. But what we're going to do before we start, I'm going to break convention, and I'm going to ask you all, please, to stand up. And what I'd like you to do is just very briefly, in the next 5 seconds or so, turn around and introduce yourselves to your neighbours. You might need to know them very shortly. Right, that's it. You may sit down now. Thank you. But now the next thing I'm going to ask you to do, and this is going to break convention, and it goes against all the instructions that you received this morning about your mobile phones. I'd like you all to get out your mobile phones, please, and switch them on, if they're not on, because this is actually an internet quiz. Ooh. I know, we're breaking all the rules today. We said put the mobile phones away. We're taking you to take them out. Swami says technology. We're going to get you to work with technology. And you know, who knows? It could all go wrong. It could all go wrong. But let's see, right? Why fear when I am here? No fear. So turn on your mobile phones, and if you have an internet signal, great. If you don't have an internet signal, this is where your new friend that you've just met, that you just made 5 seconds ago, your new friend might be able to help you. How about that? You see? That's a new form of networking. Absolutely. You don't need the Vodafone or O2 network. You've got network here. Yeah. So, are you all connected to the internet yet? Who is here connected to the internet? Hands up. 3 people. This is going to go well. So, up there on the screen, you need to go to the website kahoot.it, right there at the top. www.kahoot, kahoot.it. Kahoot.it. Doesn't need to make sense, just do it. Kahoot.it. Yes. And by the way, if there is anyone here who is completely drowning, say, help, I don't know what's going on, we have some very friendly people dotted around the hall who are ready and willing to help you. So, you know, as they say in the Bible, ask and it shall be given unto you. Oh, the screen's gone. Screen's gone. There. Kahoot. Kahoot.it. And if you get onto the Kahoot page and it asks you for a PIN or a code, there's the code to enter. Just to get an idea, hands up people who are okay. Okay, a few more than 3. That's better. Is there anyone here who's having trouble? Anyone having any trouble? Yeah, we've got a hand up there, somebody who's got trouble. No? Oh, you're fine. Oh yeah. Somebody there who needs help. Somebody there needs help. Put your hand in the air if you need help. Okay, we've got a few people over there who need help. your pin, you will need to enter a nickname. Now it's up to you. If you could turn that music on. It's up to you what you want to do. You can enter your real name, and if you're worried about being shy or being embarrassed if you have a low score, don't worry, we won't make fun of you. Yeah, we won't make fun of you, not at all. But at the same time, we need to know who the winner is, because it's going to be a prize. I said we need to know who the winner is, because it's going to be a prize. That's more like it. Having said that, we are the Sri Sathya Sai organization. We don't have a lot of money. Yeah. So, just to say, we've got a few names up there so we can see all these contestants. All these winning contestants there. There's your names. These are your names appearing on the screen. Is there anyone here still logging in? Anyone, hands up if you're still logging in. We've got 1 or 2 people. Okay, there's one more person there at the back, I think, who had a... Hands up if you still need help and you're still logging in. Yeah, we've got one person there. And then we're going to kick off. I'm going to ask you all a series of questions. The questions will appear on the app. You have to select. It's multiple choice. Very easy. No typing needed. Just select A, B, C, or D. Okay? 4 letters of the alphabet. That's all you need to know. A, B, C, or D. And then you have 30 seconds. 30 seconds per question. It's not numbers. Oh, sorry. They're not numbers, they're colours. Okay, 4 colours, right? You have to select one of the colours and you will have 30 seconds. That's all, 30 seconds to do so. And we're going to move on. We're going to move on until we will announce the winner. At the end of what? Is it after each question? After each question, we will see who is on the leaderboard. Ooh. Right. Are we ready? I think we've got a hand up there somewhere. Do you need help? We've got one more person who needs help, and then we need to move crackle. Put your hand up if you need help. Yeah, over there. Okay, I think we're sorting it out now, are we, Raghav? With a quiz, you've got to have quiz music, right? Right, okay, I'm going to move out of the way because you need to pay attention to the stream. Some of the questions will just be simple, general knowledge questions about our dear Swami. Some questions will require you to have your listening ears on, so you can work out what, for instance, is the tune. Okay? So, I think we're ready. Karan, are we ready for question number 1? And we're going to start. So the first question is... I like the silence. Well done, everyone. It's very good. So, what was the first bhajan taught by Bhagwan on the 20th of October 1940? And there's your 4 options. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great, let's move on. And of course, yes, you all knew that, yes. Well done. Oh, there's some really, really enthusiastic people at the back. I like that. I like that. Right. Ooh, there we are. Here's the scoreboard. Okay, question number 2, please. What's the name of this building? 25 seconds. Choose your color. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh, people can't read. Okay. I'll give you another 10 seconds. Dharmakshetra, Trey Brindavan, Yaju Mandir or Chaitanya Jyoti. All right, next question. It's the Yaju Mandir. 45 of you got that right. And we can see Sai Jivan is leading there along with Part. But he's very tight. He's very tight up there. Next question. You need to listen to the bhajan. Kaushalya Mohana Nandana Vaidehi, Kaushalya Nandana Vaidehi Mohana, Kaushalya Nandana Mohana Vaidehi, O He Anatanata Sai. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next question. Yay! Okay. It's still quite tight up there, still quite tight. Next question, please. Which instrument did Swami often refer to as a symbol of surrender? The flute, violin, tanpura or veena? $15 seconds left. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Okay, good. Let's see where we are now. Ooh, changes at the top. Changes at the top. And it just shows you that anyone can win this game. Right? Right. Next question, please. This is a tough one. What is the 10th word on the 3rd verse and the 2nd word of the 4th verse of the Aarti? So, is it Antayu and Rupa? Is it Mantara and Mahadev? Is it Mangala and Narayana? Or is it Ojaswi and Giridhari? You're all going to be singing the Aarti now. You're all doing it. You know you're all doing it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Only 15 of you got that right. Well done, 15 of you. Right, listen to the bhajan again. Oh, it's an emoji thing. So from the symbols, is it Mana Ekabara Haribol? Is it Pyare Nandalal Darshana Dijo? Is it Prema Se Gao Mangalanam? Or Ao Pyare Nayana Hamare? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 42 of you got that right. Mana Ekabara Haribol. Right. We're on question number 7. What does Swami say is the spiritual significance of the number 9? 9 planets, 9 paths of devotion, 9 relates to Brahma, or 9 universal dimensions. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1. It relates to Brahma. 13 of you got that right. Oh. Right. It's all changing. Life is full of change, right? Next question, please. Right. You're going to have to guess this. How many miles is it from here to Prashanti Nilayam? And which statue can you find in Vrindavan? 6,160 miles with Saraswati, 5,340 miles with Lakshmi, 4,950 miles with Saraswati, or 5,150 miles Lakshmi. I'll give you another 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just under 5,000 miles if you decided to skimp on the airfare and walk it, right? 22 of you got that right. Okay, guess the quote. Again, it's you've got to work it out there from the pictures. Mental vision can block education. Contemplate on road to education. The lines of brightness lead student to character, or the end of education is character. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Of course. 69 of you got that right. Most of you got that right. Well done. And the next question, please. Oh, let's see the leaderboards. So Ish is still there. Ish is still holding the position there. Let's see what the bhajan. So it is Bhajamana Panduranga Vitala, Rama Samira Mana Rama Samira, Bhajasita Ram Bhajo Radeshyam, or Ramachandra Raghuvir. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rama Samira Mana Rama Samira. 45 of you got that right. Yeah. Ish is still holding it there. Okay, what important Swami habit does Swami tell us to practice when we first wake up? Clean your tongue, Surya Namaskar, drink coffee, or do yoga. Ten, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clean your tongue. One person said we should get a subscription to Nescafe. That's quite good. Okay. Ooh, changing leader. Changing leader. I like that. Right. Which year did Swami organize an international cricket match in Prashanti and where famous cricket stars played? 98, 88, 2002 or 97? 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1997. Ooh, interesting. Right, you're going to listening ears on, listening ears.
मस्जिद में साईरा
So, bolo bolo samila bolo Om Namah Shivaya, Mandira mein tumaram ho Sai, Mana Mandira mein Sai Ram, or bolo Jai Sai Ram. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Yes, it was D. Bolo Jai Sai Ram. Right, we've got 2 questions left, I think. 2 questions left. So, this one, where is this temple located? Is it the Birmingham Balaji? Is it the Neesan Swami Narayan? Is it the Madurai Meenakshi temple? Or is it the Delhi Lotus temple? Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, not far from here. All right, next. From the pictures, guess the quote. Life is a mountain, challenge it. Life is a game, play it. Or, life is a challenge, find it. Life is a game, play it. Or, life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a game, play it. Or, climb every mountain and play every game. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, most of you got that right. Right, listen carefully. No words. So, which one is it? Is it Jana Dhana Nandalala, Jai Jai Janani Sai Janani, Hare Krishna, or Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya Nama Om? Well, we're on the next question already. So, which is the most listened to bhajan on the Sri Sathya Sai Media Centre's bhajan channel? Ramachandra Shri Ram, Manasa Bhajare, Mahadeva Maheshwara, or Jai Jagadishwar Hare? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mahadeva Maheshwara. Yes, not Manasa Bhajare. Right, we have to speed up. Technology says we have to go through all the questions, so change the plan. Look at the symbols, identify the bhajan. Is it Chanda Kirana Kula Mandana Ram, Neela Megha Shyamala, Chandra Vadana Kamala Nayana, or Kamala Nayana Sai Ranga? Two, 1, stop. Yes, Chandavadana Kamala Nayana. So what does Swami say is the best relationship we can have with him? Mother-child, husband-wife, guru-shishya, or brother-sister? This will be interesting. Three, two, one. Yes. Most of you said mother-child, but actually it was guru-shishya. Next one. Complete this saying by Swami. Who is the poorest man in the world? The one with least money? The one who doesn't follow the moral path? Who doesn't know God? Or who has the most desires? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Desires. When was Prashanti Nilayam inaugurated? 1950, 1945, 1955, or 1948? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1950. Ooh, bit tight there. Dio yo napachodayat. What does that mean? The Creator's glory illumines all life. May this divine light illumine our intellect. We meditate on that most adored Supreme Lord. His divine light illumines all realms. Dio yo napachodayat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. May this divine light illumine our intellect. 2 questions are left. To attain the state of surrender, you should first develop friendship with God. What does Swami mean by friendship? Feeling joy in each other's company, supporting your friend to the extent possible, relationship between 2 people of equal status, or feeling of oneness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Feeling of oneness. And the last question. Come on, people, this is it. Last question. According to Swami, what type of atmosphere should prevail for ideal bhajan singing? So you come without bringing your problems. Everyone sits quietly where there is a feeling of unity or where you have meditation before and afterwards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game over. Unity. Now. Ooh, Ish has come first. TH second. And the winner, 20 out of 21. Second. Oh, wow. Right. We have a winner. It may or may not surprise you to know, if I were to tell you the letters SS, who do you think that could mean? If you really can't work it out, he is our guest speaker. So, it is our great pleasure to welcome the winner of our quiz to the stage where he shall receive his well-deserved gift. Brother has very, very kindly said that we should call the second person, the runner-up, TH. Who is TH? Now don't all stand up and say, I'm TH. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say to you this. This has not been a fix. Just be clear, right? Okay, and the third person, please. Who was Ish? Ish? Huh? Ah. I hope you enjoyed that quiz, and I hope you can take consolation from the fact that even our worthy winner only got 20 out of 24 right, okay? So no one's perfect. Enjoy the rest of the program. Sign on.
Sairam everyone. The next item in our program is a musical event offered by Brother Kamalesh and his team. We are very blessed indeed to listen to this melodious sitar music today. Sri Kamalesh Patel is an exponent of sitar, and this is for over nearly 4 decades he's been doing this, and he was trained by the late Sachin Dasgupta. He is also a senior disciple of Ustad Dharamveer Singh, MBE, who is the chief educator of Indian classical music in the UK. Kamalesh Bhai was also trained by the Grand Maestro Ustad Vilayat Khan. He is also a teacher, a very dedicated sitar teacher, and has several students under his wing. And he's also a leading member of the London Sitar Academy. He'll be supported today by one of his students, Brother Amar Nathwani. Brother Amar or Amarba has been in Sai fold since he was a child, and he has served Swami in various capacities. He is well known in the Sai circles as a harmonium player, and now he is pursuing his own sadhana, learning sitar under the guidance of Kamalesh Bhai. He was also had a mentorship with Pandit Niladri Kumar during the lockdown period. He is currently serving as the president of Tooting Sai Center And also he has been running the National Youth Choir when he was a few years ago. The tabla accompaniment will be given by Sri Prabhu Karunananthan, who's been trained in the Benares School of Tabla playing. Today they'll be offering a musical program and will be playing a traditional composition of in Rag Bhairavi, which is being set in the 16-beat time cycle in Teen Tar. Please sit back and enjoy. Sai Ram.
I'll start with a short alap, and then we'll play a madhya lay with a medium beat, bandish, and finish off with a jala.
Om Shri Sai Ram. We'd like to thank Kamlesh Bhai, Amar Bhai and Sai Prabhu for such an enchanting performance offered to the Divine Lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan. I'm sure you'll all agree it was an absolutely invigorating performance. Thank you again, Kamlesh Bhai, Amar Bhai and Sai Prabhu. I would now like to invite Brother Shakti, Brother Ronnie and Jayashankar to give a token of our appreciation.
I'm not taking it back.
I'd like to invite Brother Kapil to take the proceedings forward.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Offering my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan. Respected elders, dearest brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. Swami has always encouraged us throughout the decades to indulge in self-inquiry, to reflect. And in this spirit of reflection and self-inquiry, it brings us great pleasure to now introduce a Q&A session with Brother Shashank. To join Brother Shashank on stage will be the following young adults. To begin with, Brother Manish Patel. Brother Manish, by profession, is a molecular geneticist and has moved into the fields of mathematics, computing, and systems theories field at PhD level. He has worked previously in finance, in deep tech and algorithmic trading teams before founding Jiva AI, his own company where he serves as the CEO. Brother Manish is currently the Regional Youth Coordinator for Region 2 and has been involved in running numerous online activities, numerous youth sessions covering the relevant themes of the current age. Secondly, we have Sister Akshita. Akshita, having originally been part of the Nairobi Sai Center in Kenya, moved to the UK in 2017 to pursue her higher education. She currently works as a cybersecurity engineer in the financial services sector. Akshita has served as the Region 7 Young Adults Coordinator for the last 2 years, and she has also helped organize many regional events, and most recently was one of the main facilitators for the National Summer Shower Series. And lastly, Sister Shivani Chauhan. Sister Shivani serves as a qualified dental nurse and health scientist. She is currently studying a part-time master's in genomic medicine, as well as teaching special needs. She's been part of the Sai fold since birth and is active across most of the wings, in particular serving as a young adults coordinator for her local Sai Center in Bradford, the SSC wing, and the spiritual wing. If we can please welcome the youth and Brother Shashank to the stage. Sarah.
Sairam, and thank you for the kind introduction. The first question is about dealing with uncertainty and challenges. Sometimes there are differences in opinions causing conflict. Would it be possible to share a few instances where Swami has spoken about this?
I was asking brother how to pronounce his profession. Can you repeat that?
Molecular geneticist.
I can't. So we have very knowledgeable and diverse people here in this hall, but it's not fair that 3 people ask questions and just 1 person answers. In any case, I'll just share some of my thoughts. So I think dealing with challenges is the common question for youth. And I think the fundamental problem goes back to identifying or understanding what challenges are and how do we deal with them. I have noted some Chinnakathas which I'm going to introduce irrespective. So this is a story that Swami had once shared about how a particular student was finding the mathematics examination as a challenge. And he was wondering how he will clear his maths paper. So he got into a deal with God and said that if I do well in my maths exam paper, I will make chakra pongal, that is sweet pongal or shira as they say in Hindi or Gujarati. So that was a secret deal he had with God in the altar before he left and thought that would be a good way of dealing with the challenge of answering the maths paper. And he went into the examination hall and he got the paper in his hand. He started looking at the answers. And as he saw that the answers were easy, he started making a cost sheet for the making of the chakra pongal. How much will it cost him? And in parallel, he was writing the answers, and as the answers became easier and he started clearing, he started reducing one item in the chakra pongal ingredient list. So first there was supposed to be a lot of cashews and saffron and ghee and all of that. And then one by one he was reducing one item. Why does God need saffron? He's very simple, he encourages simplicity. Why does he need cashews? Not good for health, cholesterol. So that kind of inner conversation was happening. And by the end of the examination, he realized the maths paper was very easy. And so by the end of that process, he had eliminated everything. And finally, he came to the conclusion that God doesn't need all of this chakra pongal. He's fine with water. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has said, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. You can give a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or just water. So he said, I will give plain water. Krishna has said, so I'll go and give plain water to God in the altar. So he did that, completed the exam and left and went home. And when he went home, he very diligently went to the altar and put that glass of water or toyam in front of the altar. And then he came out. So his father was wondering what's happening. This guy is going and putting some special water before the altar. And then he asked him, how's the exam? So he said, it was great. So he said, okay, show me the question paper. So he went inside, opened his bag, and as he was removing the question paper, he looked at it and he shouted, God has cheated me. So this father was wondering, where is God in the process? What happened? Then he went inside. He said, what happened? Why are you shouting? Then he explained to his father the whole thing that had happened. In his enthusiasm of cost cutting with the making of chakra pongal, he had brought the answer sheet home and given the chakra pongal cost sheet to his teacher as the answer sheet. So when his father came to know that this is the understanding of devotion and managing of challenges, he said, God has not cheated you. You have cheated yourself. Because you think that by doing all these kind of wheeling dealings, you're going to overcome challenges and dilemmas. This is not the way you're going to be able to solve problems or handle challenges. In contrast to this, I must highlight the life of Professor Narayana Kasturi, Bhagwan's biographer, translator, the first editor and publisher of Sanatan Aarti, the first postmaster of the Puttaparthi post office, and one of the finest literature experts in Mysore University, who also went on to work in All India Radio. And the word Akashvani, which is applicable even today in the All India Radio, was given by Professor Kasturi. Interestingly, there are PhDs done in American universities, and one very recent PhD I am aware of, which has evaluated the writings of Professor Kasturi on Bhagavan. Satyam Shivam Sundaram and other writings, Loving God, Divine Ishwarama, Divine Mother. There is a PhD from a very eminent state university in the US which has studied the writings of Professor Kasturi as a PhD in literature. So that's the kind of eminence this person developed through his work in the field of Sai literature as well. But his personal life was a tragedy. And any one of you who have read his daughter's book would tell you that he had a very difficult personal life. His son passed away young. His wife was bedridden for 2 decades after he moved to Prashanthanilaya when she finally passed away. His daughter had a very tough married life. The husband and wife separated, and he raised his 3 grandchildren all by himself in Puttaparthi. So a lot of people used to ask him that, why are you going through so much of pain and suffering? Bhagavan is solving the problems of every single devotee, or most of the devotees who come here, and trying to bless them, or rather blessing them and trying to explain to them how they can resolve their problems and grace them with the necessary abilities. You should ask Swami. You meet him 4 times a day. You have several meals with him. Why don't you ask Bhagavan to help you? And Professor Kasturi said, and he had never asked Swami for any personal favor. And to this gentleman he said, I have not come here to have Bhagavan help me. I have come here to make myself available to Bhagavan and his mission, so that I can make my contribution to the ashram and the divine mission. So I think this whole approach to the way we handle our relationship with God and the challenges that we face in life has to be one of understanding and awareness as to how we are going to solve some of those problems or some of those challenges. And I think with respect to that, it is very important that we understand that our relationship with God should not be very transactional. Our relationship with God should be beyond the obvious. For example, in bhakti or devotion, because challenges and with respect to divinity and how we can look up to divinity for solutions to challenges, we always indulge in what is called as samanya bhakti or ordinary devotion, rituals, listening to bhajans, doing pilgrimages, etc., which is all external to us. It is not, it is outside myself. What is external? That which is outside myself is external. It is external to us because we are using our body in order to do all of that. That is samanya bhakti. But parabhakti, or the highest devotion, is the one where you go within and try and work on your own vices and try and rise above them and use your abilities to dedicate all your energies in order to conquering them and eventually being available to the larger purpose for which you have come to this planet of dust. And that is very important. If that kind of devotion is established, which is what, see, these are not theoretical concepts. I'm saying this with a lot of conviction, and being a serious and sincere student of Sai literature for nearly 20 years now. My first books that I read, or which introduced me to the English language and literature, were the Sai literature books. My mother tried all my school years to try and hook me to some good literature, but it never worked out. But in the 11th class, when I first started wanting to know more about Swami, your A-levels equivalent here, I started reading Swami's books. And the first author I read was Professor Kasturi. And in the next 5 years, from class 11 to BCom, I would have finished at least 40 to 50 books on Swami. So from age 18 to now, is almost 2 decades plus, I can say with firm amount of conviction that whatever I'm saying is not utopian. This is eventually the real purpose for which we have come. All the other things that we give so much of importance to are peripheral. They are not central. We have to change our priorities in life. Because to say that I will continue to do what I want to do
and God should help me in spite and despite of that and will help me solve my challenges. No, we have to realign our priorities so that we are in alignment with the way He wants us to do. I will continue to be in the bad company I am, and yet God should help me rise above all of the problems or challenges that come with bad company. It's not going to work. You cannot sit in the middle of fire and say, I should not get burnt. So we have to change our priorities, change our ecosystem, and give priority to this, then that. So the highest bhakti is of that kind. In the Narada Bhakti Sutra it is said, Yal labdhva praman, siddho bhavati, amruto bhavati, tripto bhavati. If we achieve that, if we progress in that direction, we will perfect ourselves. We will become the immortal one. We will be absolutely fulfilled. What we want to achieve through the world, we will never be able to achieve through the world. It is only through this path. Because there is one fundamental thing we have to understand in youth constantly. Happiness does not come from sense gratification. Happiness does not come from sense gratification. Sense gratification or the satisfaction of the desire in front of us is a stimulus. And what we do is a reaction. And the reaction to that stimulus is what gives us happiness, which is not from the object but from inside. Because if mango gives happiness, why isn't the same mango liked by everybody? Some people detest mangoes and some people love mangoes. Some people love brinjals and some people hate it. If the joy was coming from ice creams and mangoes and brinjals, then everybody would be getting joy out of it. The joy does not come from the object. The joy comes from within. And it is this misunderstanding that the joy comes from outside is what forces us to keep on jumping from object to object to object to object to object for the entire lifetime. In childhood we think toys will give us joy and we run after them. In youth we think games will give us joy. We run after them. In adolescence and youth again we think the other gender will give us joy and we go for relationships. In middle age we think money will give us joy. In advanced age we think children and their growing up will give us joy. At every level we are jumping from one joy to other because no joy is permanent if it is coming from outside. That's why in the Bhagavad Gita Krishna had said, Anityam asukham lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. This world is temporary and it is incapable of giving you permanent joy. So the only solution is imam prapya bhajasvamam. Having realized this, think of me, because I alone I am the source of giving you that permanent joy. So the answer to that question of how to handle challenges and difficulties is to very fundamentally change our priorities. Swami always used to say, the friends whom you work so hard to make happy are not going to be with you beyond college. The colleagues who are in your workplace, you work hard to make happy, are not going to be there beyond the job you are currently in. But the value systems you practice and the wrong deeds you indulge in to make them happy are going to be your responsibility for this life and hereafter. So let us not focus on how we can make our people happy in the wrong way, but how we can make our conscience happy in the right way. And once this priority swaps, and you know that what I should do for my satisfaction of conscience than the world outside, then challenges will start becoming simpler. And for that, reading of Sai literature, Swadhyaya, is a very, very, very powerful tool. If you go back after today's session with this just one learning that every single day I should read 5 pages of Sai literature in a structured, focused way, you will see your life will change. Not as Parayanam, not Parayanam Grantha. You don't read, okay, I have to finish Satcharitra in 7 days, I have to do this, and it becomes a mechanical exercise. In 2007, I'll conclude with this experience, personal experience. Swami had asked us, we had prayed to Swami that we want to do Shirdi Sai Satcharitra Parayanam in the hostel in 7 days before Guru Purnima. So we took the Satcharitra Parayanam books, Shirdi Sai Satcharitra books to Swami. He blessed them with Akshata. They showed the list to Swami. These are the boys who are participating. Shashank brother is anchoring, so he looked at from the corner of his eye, which means a lot, and you have to be careful as to what you are leading. All of that happened. We completed the Parayanam. Everybody was very happy. Imagine university level students sitting in the hostel post dinner hours or in between whenever they get time and reading 20, 30, 40 pages of Parayanam. On the Guru Purnima day, when the Parayanam was over and Swami was delivering a discourse, 2007, he said in the course of discourse that last week, suddenly he moved to that theme. He said, last week some students came to me and said that they are doing Shirdi Sai Satcharitra Parayanam. I told them I'm very happy, but I want to tell all of you that it is not enough if you turn the pages of the Parayana Grantha, which means the book. Along with that, you should turn the pages of your heart as well. That is more important. Having moved ahead on the right path, you cannot go back. Just like you turn the page of the book to move ahead, you have to turn the page of your heart and move ahead. So if we want to address the challenges we face in life with full awareness, we will need to add that awareness unto us. And that awareness at this stage will come from Shabda Pramana, which is what is given in the scriptures for us in Sai literature. So if we cultivate the habit of a structured, start with Summer Showers or with Sathya Speaks or any book of your choice or the Vahinis. But start from first page to last page. We have a new innovative ideas. I read the thought for the day, as if you know in which context the thought for the day was said. I picked up a chit. I had a challenge in life. I picked up a chit. And Bhagwan said this and my problem was solved. Fine. But on such random messages, you cannot build a spiritual foundation. Imagine on some such random learning, the pilots were flying the aircrafts. Just like structured learning is required for the aircraft to fly in the air, structured awareness is required for our life's journey to progress in the right direction. So for handling challenges of life, awareness and commitment both are very important, and that will come from regular and structured study of Sai literature. Please make this a permanent part of your sadhana. You don't do any other sadhana. You do this sadhana, and all other sadhanas will automatically start manifesting from you. Because it will inspire you, it will make you so passionate. I want to do more, I want to serve, I want to love, I want to help, I don't want to harm. These will be the kind of constant thoughts that will keep coming to you. If you are reading 5 pages every day, make it 10 pages. But do structured reading when you are the freshest, not when you are about to sleep, when you are dozing. When you have had your coffee and you are freshest, sit, read 10 pages, 5 pages, whatever, and then reflect on it. That is a far stronger meditation than sitting with the eyes closed and thinking about what is happening in the office or in the grocery store or which bhajan I will sing in the Sai Center next week.
Sairam, brother, thank you. I think you've given us a lot to think about. So my question for you is about the youth. We have a lot of them in the audience today. So what are some key highlights or messages that you have from Swami's teachings for the youth?
Yeah, so I think I'll again share an experience. I'd made a note of it here. 1 second. I thought if I get a chance, I will share this experience. This is from the early 1990s. This is a conversation between Swami and Professor Sampath, who was the then Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, formerly Director of the Indian Institute of Technology. And in that conversation, Professor Sampath was pleading with Swami to pardon the students because Swami had stopped talking to them. He was upset with them because they had not followed some discipline, and the best tool Swami had in his hand was to withdraw. He'll stop looking at you, he'll stop talking to you, he'll stop smiling at you, and that's very painful because it is that recognition, that acknowledgement, that smile which is our surviving grace. Everything else becomes immaterial. So it went on for long days, and then Professor Sampath intervened on behalf of the students and said, Swami, this is the age, this is the stage, please forgive them, please start talking to them. And Swami said, Sampath, do you know why I am upset with them? Then Professor Sampath knew Swami wanted to say something very, very meaningful. So he said, no, Swami. Swami said, Sampath, I want each one of them to be like, and he pointed it at himself.
He said, I want each one of them to be like me. Being like me does not mean wearing an orange robe and having a black mop of hair on their head. Being like me means being full of love and full of selflessness from top to toe. That is the kind of expectation I have from each of my students, from each of the devotees and youth. But they are whiling away their time in most trivial pursuits and not understanding of what a precious opportunity that has come their way. And so I am upset with them. That is the level at which Swami has laid expectations before us. That is the level at which Swami is willing to give us grace. If we work in that direction and assert ourselves, He will confer not only our welfare but our absolute farewell in the best way possible. Because that is the greatest of opportunity to be the contemporary of the avatar in the physical form, and to be the contemporary of his message and to be the recipient of his message and grace. So I think the youth should first understand that they have a very, very precious opportunity, and that opportunity is to progress and prioritize spirituality in their daily life. But you don't have to compartmentalize spiritual life and daily life. If you compartmentalize the two, then you live a hypocritical life. This is spiritual, this is professional, this is secular, this is religious. No. Those compartmentalizations are not true spirituality. True spirituality is integrating everything into the spiritual life, or spiritualizing your daily life. Whatever work we do, as I discussed, should be done as pavitra karma, as being an offering to God. If we do everything with that feeling, then automatically our whole life will get sanctified. These are not utopian principles, I again repeat, dear brothers and sisters. Take each of these up and try and practice them in your life. If you leave this hall and go back and live the mundane life that you've been living before you come here, it's a wasted opportunity of spending 6-8 hours here and several hundreds or thousands of pounds in energy and petrol that you've used to come here and go back. If we do not go back and change our life for a bit, then every engagement, every satsang is a misused, misutilized, unutilized opportunity. So that is why the beginning has to happen here and now. If the senior citizens say, oh, my age is over, what can I do? Then they should remind themselves that it is for this age that they had postponed spirituality. If they don't do it now, then all the years they spent before this are a waste. If the youth think that, oh, I'll keep it for an old age, Swami always used to say, there is no guarantee first that you will live till your old age. I don't give you guarantee who will go tomorrow. Here and now is the time, and in your old age when your senses are not working and every part of your body is aching, how are you going to be able to focus on God? So at every age and stage we have the tendency of postponing. Please do not postpone. Do it here and now. And the other solution for the students is a conversation between Swami and students in the interview room. Students of the MBA program, one of the batches were leaving, and they said, Swami, we will be now leaving your physical presence. How do we access you? How do we interact with you? How do we feel your presence? And Swami said, yes, I will give you something that will help you feel my presence and access me wherever you go. And then Swami materialized a photograph and 25 copies of that, because there were 25 students in that batch. That photograph is unique. I'll share it with the organizers. In that, Swami is seen on both sides of the photograph. Swami is speaking and Swami is listening. And Swami said, this is what the whole world is. You think you are talking and somebody else is listening, somebody else is talking and you are listening, somebody is giving and you are receiving, you are doing and somebody else is benefiting. No, it is me all and all through. I am speaking, I am listening, I am giving, I am receiving, I am doing, I am benefiting. It is all me in all this diversity you see. This is the underlying unity and truth. So when you go out in the world, keep reminding yourself that the other person is verily me, and so are you verily me. So at least in what you do, you should do it with the feeling that this is for Swami, so you will do the very best. And when you do the very best, I ensure that whatever happens will be in your best spiritual interests. So that is the kind of mindset which we should be dealing with in everything. And we also need to progress in our spiritual journey. Bhagavatam, or stories of divinity and the exploits of the avatars, is affection for God. In the Sandeha Nivarani, Swami gives 4 steps, and you should climb these 4 steps pretty quickly. The first stage of spirituality is affection. It is equated to Bhagavatam. where you develop affection for God by listening to His great stories. The second stage is devotion with surrender, because that is equated to the Bhagavad Gita. What is the message of the Gita? Karishye vachanam tava. With that verse, the entire Bhagavad Gita ends. Go and see the 18th chapter. After Arjuna says, Karishye vachanam tava, that's it. Krishna doesn't say anything. The war begins. After that, Sanjaya and Dhritarashtra are talking, which means that the essence of Gita and the message is surrender. I will do your bidding. You guide me. So that is the next stage. Then third stage Swami gives in the Sandeha Nivarani is detachment, Vairagya. That is communicated through the Upanishads. That this world is apparently an illusory ecosystem which we have given so much of importance to. And so we have to work towards understanding its relative importance and not having any absolute importance. I hope you understand. It is a difference. It has its importance, but it is relative. It is not absolute. Absolute is only one. You who are giving it importance. It has only relative importance because it is helpful to you and not the other way around. And the last stage, Swami says, is Jnana, equivalent to the Brahma Sutras, the highest wisdom, that there is one divinity which is the common undercurrent in on, just like there is one thread which is connecting all the flower petals. That's why Brahma Sutra, Sutra means thread. Brahman is the sutra or the thread which ties all creation together. So Swami said in the Sandeha Nivarani, you have to graduate to these 4 steps. And that graduation is not over some 50 lifetimes. It is for this lifetime. But we have to have the sense of urgency and commitment to rise up these 4 steps. And that is for each one of us to resolve on. So I think the youth will do very well when they prioritize spirituality as a lens through which they can achieve success. I can talk from my own experience. I have used these very lenses in my life. And I have been able to achieve what I have achieved, what was introduced before I spoke, with the same value systems. So it is not something that you have to follow some wrong path in order to achieve and then do this as a part-time activity. No, this is life. And through that, other things would be possible. So that conviction is the first step, and the next steps will follow. And at least, if not anything else, read the 7 or 9 discourses that Swami has given in the World Youth Conference. From that, you will have an essence of what Swami's expectations are from the youth, and at least stick to them. Because we have a habit of trying to take only that which suits us and leaving out all that which doesn't suit us. If we don't change for the better, we are not progressing. We are only finding excuses. So I think these are 4 or 5 things which I think would be helpful to the youth.
Thank you. There's quite a lot to reflect on. The fact that I think everybody can take back is we need to live in the here and now, not in the future, not in the past. So one of the questions we got asked was, Swami says that spirituality needs to be heart to heart. Can that heart to heart connection be established by attending the online events that have been happening, or do we need to still attend activities in person?
A heart to heart, we need to understand the first heart to heart connection we need to have is with divinity itself. Online and offline is between you and the world outside again. But what heart-to-heart connection you have with the divinity within? Are you able to establish that connection within is the first question. Swami always used to highlight first self, then help. First empower yourself with all the spiritual awareness and conviction about who you are, what your goal in life is, and how you will progress in that direction. And then go out and help others. Because only then you have the eligibility to go and help others. Because if you are a stupid man or an ignorant woman, you are not going to help the other person. It's like a blind man helping another blind person, and both will fall into the ditch. So in order to help others, in order to participate in the activities, we have to have that kind of awareness. And hence, it is the heart-to-heart within which needs to be established first. And then, I think, circumstantially, we may have to do online events, but I am a big believer, even when the COVID was at its peak, that this is a passing phase, whether it's the field of education, the field of healthcare, or any other field. For cost-cutting reasons, we may indulge in online platforms, but the real education is always going to be in person. The real solutions, the real seva, the real sadhana, everything will have to be in person, because it is the science of vibrations which makes all the difference. It is not just the bhajan, but the collective atmosphere in which the bhajans are sung. It's not the activity of service, but the way in which collectively service is delivered. It is not the act of teaching, but the environment in which teaching is happening or healing is happening is going to play a very important role. And in the science of vibrations, I think online is a level lower, in person is a level higher. So I would definitely say that we need to have in-person activities, whether it is service or sadhana, but we should have before that and continuously nurture the heart-to-heart connection between us and divinity, because that connection has to be the strongest, and that cannot be gifted, it has to be cultivated. I will just quote from Mirabai's bhajan. Asuvan jal seech seech prema bel boi, ab tu bel fail gai anand fal hoi. With the tears of my yearning, I have nurtured the creeper of love in my heart. After all my efforts, this creeper has spread far and wide. Now I will benefit from the sweet fruits of bliss. This is truly the journey of spirituality, which is heart to heart between us and divinity.
That was all. Those are the questions. Thank you very much.
I'll just add that a lot of people had asked if I have a blog or something. I do have a channel called Spiritual Reflections. It is on YouTube, and I have posted short 5-7 minute videos from the several talks I had given in the US when I was there for nearly 3.5 to 4 years. And each of these are covering contemporary issues like the messages that I shared today with some examples. It would be very useful for youth, Balvikas, and even Balvikas teachers, because we always look for relevant examples and anecdotes and insights from Swami's message. So you could use that, and I will share the link with Brother Tushar so he can kind of forward it on other groups. Another very important platform I would encourage you to consider subscribing is Sri Sathya Sai Answers. That is another YouTube channel started by Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organizations India, where every Thursday there is a 5 to 9 minute short video on a specific theme of Swami's own discourse with lot of visuals, animations and correct translation, coming in Hindi on the subsequent Sunday as Sri Sathya Sai Upadesh on the same channel. This is a very good resource that is being built up. It started on birthday, 95th birthday, and it will continue till the centenary year. And these 250 to 300 odd videos are very, very valuable for all the questions that we have in Swami's own voice and words. And I think we must use and make the most of it. So do feel free to watch, subscribe and share both these platforms, and I'm sure it will be useful. Thank you.
Can we have another round of applause for Brother Shashank and our panelists? Now, 2022 hasn't been any different from the previous years when it comes to service activities. There's been a continued outpouring of love from across the various regions in UK Psi Fraternity, and it's with that we'd now like to share the service wing video. Sarah.
offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dearest beloved Lord, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. I'm now honoured and privileged to introduce the final item of the day. I call it dessert because it's sweet and melodious. As always, Swami always gives us 3-course meal, sumptuous and filling our belly. So it's one of 5 parts, and the first part is called Dayam Niye, a Tamil song written and tuned by Akhilesh Srikumar, based in Wimbledon Science Centre in Region 1, and it means, O Sai, you are my mother, father, teacher, God. You are life, body, and lover of Sarva Dharma. Sai Ram. Thank you.
Shirdi Sai Prema Sai Sathya Sai Tayum Tandayum Tayum Tandayum Guruvum Devam Guruvum Devam Tayum
Indeed. The next item is called Baro Krishnaya, a popular Carnatic classical song in Kannada language composed by Sri Kanakadasa, inviting Lord Krishna to devotees home. This song will be rendered by Kirtaneshwara Kumara from Merton Sai Centre.
ಭಕ್ತರ ಮನೆ
Next item is called Ma O Ma, a Hindi devotional song sung as a duet by Sisters Sindhuja and Swavika Nadella. Both are youth coordinators in Region 6. The song means, "My heart says to remain in this good company of yours."
Thank you.
next item is called Brahma Makorde, a popular Telugu Carnatic classical kirtana composed by Saint Annamacharya, in which he describes the universal truth of oneness and omnipresence of God in all the creatures alike. The word dandana is a slang used in the local folklore to give a rhythmic punch to the folk music. This will be sung by Sathya, based in Mill Hill, Region 3, who is also an alumni of Swami's Anandapur campus. final item is called Gana Shama Sundara, a fusion of Sanskrit Namabali and English lyrics about the glory of Sai Krishna. The Sanskrit lyrics and tunes have been composed by Nagasai Sripada, lovingly known as Nagasai, who's based in Slough, who, by the way, has composed and published 3 volumes of bhajans, so if you want to hear more of those, then come and see him. I'm sure he's got a few spare MP3s to give out. The lyrics are written by Group 3 Balvika student Mahdi Banapali, based in Mill Hill. This is a group song to be sung by all participants. So.
Shyama Sundara, Krishna Gopala, how I long for you to come. Oh Sai Gopala, Vasudeva Nandana, Krishna Gopala, really is the name of God, dear Sai Gopala. Yadukula Bhushana, Krishna Gopala, at your feet I find my refuge, oh Sai Gopala, Yashoda Nandana, Krishna Gopala, who else have I but you, dear Sai Gopala, Shama Gopala, Krishna Gopala, oh Sai Gopala, dear Sai Gopala, Ishvara Nandana, Sai Gopala, brilliance the name I sky, dear Sai Gopala, Ishvara Nandana, Sai Gopala, brilliance the name I sky, dear Sai Gopala, Ganeshama Sundara, Krishna Gopala, brilliance the name I sky, dear Sai Gopala.
So just to conclude that, the songs are supported by Sister Chandima from Mill Hill Sai Centre on keyboard, Brother Sai Prabhu, Merton Science Centre on tabla, obviously Nagasai on harmonium, and thank you so much to the instrumentalists. Over to Sister Anita.
Yes, a wonderful performance. Give them a round of applause once again. Come on, let's hear it. With love and gratitude, I offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, and loving children, Jai Sai Ram. That's it. That's what I like to hear, is voices. So let's hear it again. Jai Sai Ram. Thank you. It's time to pay gratitude. Gratitude to our dear Bhagwan for giving us such opportunities of offering our love to him. Brothers and sisters, we are thankful to Bhagwan for giving us a birthday present. You know, when Bhagwan always says, when we're celebrating his birthday, we always say, Bhagwan, we are here to offer our love to you and give you our love as a present. But Bhagwan in turn is equally love. He also gives us a wonderful present. And today, on his 97th birthday offerings, Bhagwan has given us a lovely present as our guest speaker, none other than our brother Shashank Shah, Dr. Shah. Why fear when I'm here? Dr. Shah enhanced all the way, right the way through fear. And quite rightly too, since last 3 years, the fear has got into us. And today, maybe we will reflect on his talk, and maybe we will think and look within us ourselves and say, why should we have fear? May I call upon Dr. Shashank up on the stage, please, once more? Give him a round of applause. His amazing question and answer session with young adults. I think that was an eye-opener for everybody, not only young adults, but it really, really, thank you, Dr. Shashank. If you can come here, please. May I call upon our National President, Ketan Bhai, to present our love to him. It's a token of our love to say thank you, brother, for coming and celebrating Bhagwan's 97th birthday with us. I'm sure you'll agree, brother, you took us right the way through, all the way through Prashanti. And that gives us yearning for 2023 to go on a pilgrimage to Prashanti. Our program started with loving children, amazingly singing in a one vocal voices, chanting with them. I think a round of applause goes to them as well. I think our gratitude goes to their parents and their gurus, because without them, these children would not have learned that. We are also very grateful that we got an opportunity to offer our multi-faith prayers, Sarvadharma prayers, on these special occasions when we're celebrating Bhagwan's birthday. We thank all the bhajan singers. They sang melodiously, absolutely melodiously, right the way from Nagarsankirtan to the bhajans in the morning session and in the afternoon session. So my gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much. Never in history it had happened at national birthday celebrations. A quiz. And I thought, what a quiz. Are we going to enjoy the quiz? And then the name came, Sign Mastermind. Wow, boy, those quiz was a real eye-opener for all the adults as well. Never mind about Shashank winning the prize anyway. I mean, that was expected anyway. That was really expected, because I kept on looking at him, give me an answer, I can press the right button. But Brother Ronnie, that quiz and whoever, the team, come on, you deserve a round of applause. That was a mind-blowing quiz. Even Auntie Anita got into it, to be honest. Anyway, at this age I was getting into it. But I had a few wrong answers. Shh, don't tell anybody. Musical offerings. You know, musical offerings to absolutely vibrant. The atmosphere right the way through the hole in the kitchen. You could hear this lovely music. We are grateful to Brother Amar, Shri Panditji, and Sai Prabhu for their offerings to Swami. Thank you so much. While we were enjoying all this sitting in the hall, we must not forget the lunch we had. Delicious lunch, cooked by our sevadals, served by our sevadals, fed by our sevadals, eaten by us. I think they deserve a round of applause. All the sevadals, each and every one of them. Right the way from breakfast to the lunch, they were there for us. They've been together with us right from months back, preparations and all that. So Sevadals, really, without you, you are the backbone of this National Council. Thank you so much for that. You know, if this mic switch get off, really, to be honest, anyway, I'll tell you something, anyway, I'll be really, really devastated. But I know, with my Bhagwan there and with my media team there, or our media team there, nothing can go wrong. So a round of applause for the media team. They've been amazing, this media team. All the team, we've got young adults in the media team. We're proud of them, to be honest. We are proud of young adults coming on to the national level as well as regional level. And I must say thank you to all the regions who have participated. Ketan Bhai, as our leadership, you know, he's a great leader, I'll tell you that. We can all do things ourselves, but his motto is involve everybody. And today, Ketan Bhai, I'm proud to say that, sitting there, everybody's involvement was there. And I am so thankful to Ketan Bhai as well. You know, with such a leadership and all the council members behind him, jointly together, a program like this can be put up. So all the council members, my salutation to you as well. All the council members, thank you. Last but least, let me tell you, programs like this are not possible if we haven't got support of yours by registering and attending and ensuring that you are coming to the event. Doesn't matter whether it rains or snows. We've done it in the past. When it snowed, at the time of coming into the hall, the snow has stopped. The rain today stopped as we were traveling as well. So this is Bhagwan saying, come on, let's celebrate the birthday celebration together. And after 3 years, after real heavy days of pandemic, let me tell you, we were all saddened to see such a wonderful crowd, face to face, in person. My salutation to all of you for attending today's session. Jai Sai Ram. When we get opportunities, I think we will get hold of Brother Shashank, because his talk is from non-ending from, I think we can go on listening from Navratri to Shivratri. And that is how good his talk is. His talk is based on Bhagwan's message directly. So thank you once again, Brother Shashank, for coming and giving us a wonderful talk. But let me tell you, the program has not ended. We've got part 2 of the program, the main part of cake cutting ceremony. So be seated, remain quiet, and enjoy the rest of the celebration, the final celebrations. Jai Sai Ram, everybody. Jai Sai Ram.
Sairam, everyone. One final announcement. As you can see on the big screen, our next national event is Christmas. Can we please have a round of applause? We'll have our first national Christmas event in 3 years. So it's a warm invitation to you all. We've released the date and the venue. It's going to be on Saturday, the 10th of December, from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. in South London, at Southborough High School in Surbiton. So you're all most welcome. Please save the date. Registration will be ready by the middle of the week, probably on Thursday. Jai Sai Ram.
जन्मदिन में साए तुझको प्रणाम करेंगे जन्मदिन में साए तुझको प्रणाम करेंगे जन्मदिन में साए तुझको प्रणाम करेंगे जन्मदिन में साए तुझको प्रणाम
to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना साई जय जगवन्दना साई जय ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना रत्नाकर कुलभूषणा रत्नाकर कुलभूषणा राजीव नयना नारायणा राजीव नयना नारायणा नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण साई नारायण नारायण साई ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना साई जय जगवन्दना साई जय जगवन्दना साई जय ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना रत्नाकर कुलभूषणा राजीव नयना नारायण नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण साई नारायण साई नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण हरि नारायण नारायण साई नारायण साई ईश्वराम्बा प्रियनन्दना
शम्भो महादेवा
शम्भो महादेवा
शिव शम्भो महादेवा
शिव शम्भो महादेवा
शिव शम्भो महादेवा
शिव शम्भो महादेवा
नारायणा संरक्षक भवति महेश्वरा ॐ जय जगदीश शशिवदना श्रीविघ्ना सर्वा प्राणपते स्वामी सर्वा प्राणपते आश्रित कल्पलतिका आश्रित कल्पलतिका आवरदानवा ॐ जय जगदीश हरे पिता गुरुदेवो मरियन्तयुनीवे स्वामी मरियन्तयुनीवे नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्राशयना ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकाररूपौजस्वी साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा मंगलहारति अंतु मंगलहारति अंतु मंगलगिरिधारी ॐ जय जगदीश हरे नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण जय सद्गुरुदेवा शांति समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति शांति शांति
जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की
जय
Sairam devotees, what a wonderful program. Thank you all so much for attending today. Just before you go, you will see on the big screen the links to that Brother Shashank referred to, so please take a note of those. We'd also like to thank very much the bookshop for all of their efforts today. Can we please give them a round of applause? And please take the prasad on your way home, and safe journey home. And we hope to see you all at National Christmas celebrations.